I think we're over in France today. And so as a result, we are early once again. And yeah, apologies, there's a little bit of delay there. I was having a few problems. I was actually having a few problems with my background, believe it or not. So there is a chance that this could all just fall down and we could have a big problem. But yes, let's have a look, shall we, and see what we've got as a preview for tonight or today. And I don't even know if they've put it up on the website yet, you know. I do have it in the description, so we can always go to there. Obviously, we've got a King of the Ring qualifier. Obviously, we've got a Queen of the Ring qualifier. As well as that, there's an Oba Femi segment. And yeah, they haven't put the preview up yet. That's okay. I already know an idea as to what we've got because Adam Pearce actually put a little video out giving us a breakdown, giving us a preview. So we've got Becky Lynch against Alexa Bliss, against Chelsea Green, against Liv Morgan. This is the match that Liv Morgan is going to be involved in. So this is obviously interesting. This is going to be to see who goes through. I think Becky's got a great chance. But then, of course, the big question is, why is Liv in this match? She's got to be in this match for a reason. Is it that Stephanie is going to come back and attack Liv? Or is it that Liv's going to progress because Raquel has progressed and we're going to do like a Liv Raquel final? That, to me, is quite interesting. So I think what we'll do is let's go over to a poll and let's ask the question, who is winning, right? So, who do you think's going to win? Do you think Becky's going to win? Do you think Liv's going to win? Do you think Alexa wins? And I've forgotten the other person. Chelsea. It's a good lineup, actually, isn't it? All four of those have got a chance. So, it's interesting. Lee. Hello, Lee. Lee said, are you a fan of these early starts? Not massively, personally. I like a routine. I kind of like to know that I'm doing the same thing each week. Kind of starting early, and then like later in the week, SmackDown goes back to America. I think this is the last of our European shows. So I don't mind it as a change. I think there's definitely people, certainly here in the UK, that might enjoy it. I don't know like how it works for our American friends. But obviously, because this is on Netflix, we only tend to do the one stream. So on Friday, we did 2 streams, but tonight we're only doing the one. And so, I don't know. I'm not crazy in love with it, to be honest. I'd much rather do the normal shows at the normal times, keep the same schedule. I just like a routine, but that's me. I'm a boomer, and I do not like change. So anyway, that was the women's match, right? Becky, Alexa, Chelsea, Liv. Then we've got an Oba Femi segment, so he's going to be obviously looking forward to his match with Dominic, but also he's got a lot to talk about with Brock, I would imagine. So Oba Femi segment. Then we've got Ruca. She's going to be defending the Intercontinental Championship against Lyra. So we've got that match coming up as well. Penta is going to be defending against Rey Mysterio. So I believe that's championship match as well. So couple of championship matches. Women's qualifier, which I think looks very interesting. Oba Femi segment you can never be down on. And then we've got our King of the Ring Fatal 4-Way. So this is Seth Rollins against Javon Evans, against Talla Tonga, against Ricky Saints. Seth, Javon, Talla, Ricky. It's a good lineup, that. I mean, they're obviously very hot on Talla at the moment. They've been using him quite a bit in singles matches. Ricky is someone that's also been getting some opportunity. Don't know that they would have Ricky win, but he's definitely someone that's on their kind of agenda. You know, he's been having matches with the likes of Carmelo, I believe. And then, you know, Javon. How can Javon not be on your radar? But it's Seth, isn't it? I mean, I'm looking at Seth thinking he's got a really good chance of winning it all. So Yeah, that's a good lineup as well, actually. I think there's a few there you could go, oh, they might want to go with him. It's quite a few kind of up-and-coming prospects, but I think they go Seth. But the women's one, I think, is even trickier than that, because do they go Liv? Surely she's got to be in the running, because why is she in the match? Like, you don't have to... We know that champions don't go into this thing. We don't normally put champions into this thing. She's in this thing for a reason. What is that reason? Is she in it because she's going to go through to the final? Or is she in it because she's going to get attacked by Stephanie and she's going to take her Liv out in this first round? But it's got to be a reason why Liv's in it. Otherwise, why not just throw Ivy Nile in or someone like that, right? Or Candice or someone. So Liv's the curveball. Chelsea, they seem to be kind of getting a bit behind in the sense of she seems to be acting a little bit face. She's trying to impress Tiffany. She obviously has just had a couple of matches, once against Nia, the other against Lash. 2 weeks in a row, she's had singles matches on SmackDown. It's Chelsea. She gets great pops whenever she comes out. I don't think she's winning this. But equally, if they are going to have Liv get taken out in the first round and maybe have Becky down on her, look, Chelsea absolutely could get this. I think Alexa might be my outside chance here. I think Alexa might be the person I'm seeing with the least chance of winning it. But I don't know. She can fly under the radar and then surprise you. So it's a good lineup, actually. So yeah, a couple of qualifiers, couple of title matches, Oba Femi segment. As I said, pretty good. We like to have a look at the preview. We like to have a look at what's coming up. We like to sort of figure out how we're feeling about it. Do we like it? Are we impressed with it? I actually think this looks quite strong. So yeah, not bad. Connor, hello. Have we heard the news? Money in the Bank's going to take place on Saturday, October 10th. It was previously scheduled for Sunday, September 6th, says Connor. It's interesting stuff. I'm not sure why it's been delayed. I mean, it's New Orleans. I haven't actually heard any reason as to why it's got a little bit later. I don't necessarily mind it, because if they're going to move it, we were talking the other day about how once you get past SummerSlam, it can sort of feel a little bit dead. You know that in November we've got Survivor Series, so that's sort of like September, October time is a bit of a quiet period. And you get shows, of course, and B shows, but there's not really anything too exciting at that point. In fact, I would make the argument there's not really anything too exciting past SummerSlam, because we've been doing a lot of war games for Survivor Series. And I don't know about you, this conversation comes up every year, that war games, it feels like we are throwing people together just to do the match. It feels like we're just chucking people together just to do the war games. It's not like we necessarily need war games. You can sort of see the match coming together in front of your eyes, and it can feel at times very like convoluted. It can feel like we're just doing this war games match because it's time. It's time to do a war games match. So I gotta be honest, man, I'm not a big fan of the war game stuff. It was nice the first couple of times. I didn't have a problem with it. But I think now it's definitely time to be doing something else with Survivor Series. So it's kind of hard to say I get excited for Survivor Series. Like, it's fine. It's a big show. It's something to watch. I'm certainly not down on it. I'd rather have it than not have it. But yeah, really, historically, if I kind of look back, SummerSlam's like the big show. I'll tell you a new show they did bring in, though, which I think was September, was it, last year, that they were really bigging up, and that kind of made things a little bit interesting, and that was WrestlePalooza, because that was the show that AJ Lee had her match on, came back and wrestled with CM Punk. her husband, and they did AJ and CM Punk versus Becky and Seth. And that was like a brand new show. And we'd never had a WrestlePalooza before, but it was meant to be this big, they were making out like it was going to be this big SummerSlam, WrestleMania. It's, you know, it's big. It's a big deal. And they were trying to really make out that it was this big deal. I didn't really believe that it was that level. You didn't believe it was that level. By the time we got to the show, it didn't feel like it was that level, but they were really trying to hype it up. And I think the reason why was because, well, of course, it was the first PLE being shown on ESPN with that new deal. I think that was September. So I wonder if we're going to do WrestlePalooza again in September. And I wonder if that's why Money in the Bank's now in October. We know that SummerSlam is in August. I don't know. I don't know what we're doing in September. Maybe someone can tell me. I mean, up until not long ago, it was Money in the Bank. But as Connor says, news coming out that has now moved to October. And I haven't heard the reason why. So just trying to figure out what the PLE lineup looks like for the rest of the year is a little bit tricky. I mean, I haven't heard any word about Crown Jewel. And we normally try and squeeze that in somewhere as well. Champ versus champ. Crown Jewel. We don't normally do a PLE in December. So, yeah, August would be SummerSlam. September would be either Crown Jewel or WrestlePalooza. It would be pretty funny if they dropped WrestlePalooza, considering how much of a big deal they were making it out last year, like it was going to be this brand new WrestleMania type show. And then it looks like in October we've got Money in the Bank, and of course in November, Survivor Series. So, yeah, we'll have to see how that all kind of pans out. But, yeah, I did see that, but haven't heard any word as to why. Calvin, hello. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Shout out to you. Jen says, morning. I hope that Seth is going to win. Well, yeah. He's obviously a very popular superstar, and he's got a good chance of picking up the win. Cody said, I could see Liv getting attacked backstage by Stephanie. Then she won't be medically cleared. So Roxanne will take her place and move on. Maybe even to the finals. What do we think about that? I could see Liv getting attacked backstage by Stephanie. Can definitely see that. Then she won't be medically cleared. So Roxanne will take her place. It's an interesting one. Roxanne's already had her opportunity, so that's an interesting one. I don't know if they would give... I suppose Roxanne could be up for being the replacement, and it could be like, well, that's a Judgment Day member out, let's bring another Judgment Day member in. So I do get the logic on that. Interesting, because she's already been in a match, hasn't she? So... I can't see that being a barrier, though. Yeah, I don't mind that. I think that's quite interesting. And then that could cause issue with Liv. But because Liv, I think, really wants to win this thing. Because she's been talking a lot about being queen, and I could win this. And yeah, that's interesting. Maybe she does get attacked before the match starts, and Roxanne gets put in as a replacement. There's got to be a reason. It's hard to figure out because there's so many different reasons as to why we've done this, right? Or potential reasons. You know, is it that she gets attacked and then replaced with Roxanne? I like that. Walking through it. Yeah, that's interesting. Makes sense. The only thing I just questioned was, of course, Roxanne already having taken part, but I don't think that Adam Pearce would prevent Roxanne from getting another opportunity. And I think Judgment Day obviously would want to keep it in-house. So a Judgment Day member taken out, we want a Judgment Day replacement. So, I mean, that could happen. But equally, is Liv in the tournament because she's going to win? And she's going to go through to face Raquel in the final? If you wanted to do Liv Raquel final for whatever reason, that's the creative plan, then of course Liv needs to be in the tournament and then she needs to win. So, you know, it's one of those where it could go one of a number of ways. I haven't really got a good read as to which way it goes, but I think that's, Cody, a good idea. I think that's viable. Ronnie said, what do we think about this? Nick Khan trying to pull the wool over our eyes, lying about WrestleMania with Rock, Cody, Seth. Nick just gives me no confidence. Yeah, so we touched on this over the weekend, and I'll admit I've not seen the full interview, right? So I've only seen the snippets. I think I need to sit down and listen exactly to what he said. I'm going to repeat myself a little bit from the other day, so just forgive me for a sec. But he said that the plans never changed, and honestly, my first thought was he's telling the truth. The plans didn't change. They planned to do Cody Roman, and we did Cody Roman. Now, granted, The Rock tried to derail things, but at the end of the day, the plans didn't change. I think, though, he might have been trying to suggest that The Rock trying to derail things was also part of the plan. I mean, technically, he's not wrong. He's not wrong that the plans didn't change, and he's not lying that the plans didn't change. I believe the plans originally were that it was Rock in a tag match, and it was going to be Cody and Roman. And I believe the Rock did try to actually go, well, we could do me and Roman this year. And I think Nick might be trying to make out that was also all planned, and it was to make Cody a bigger star and all of this. I don't know. This is where the context of the conversation I need to look at, because if he is saying the plans didn't change, I believe him. I don't think they did. But if he's saying that The Rock trying to take that spot away from Cody was like also part of some sort of master plan, well, obviously we've heard a lot to the contrary about that, right? We've heard a lot of stuff that tells us that that's not true. The thing is, though, who do you believe? I mean, do you believe the news that's kind of come out of the dirt sheets? Or, is Nick actually telling us the truth? So, to be honest with you, don't worry about it too much. I haven't got, majorly upset about it. It's not been a major talking point for me. It's not been a major focus for me. I'm not a big Nick Khan fan at the moment, personally. I do believe him to be a good businessman, but I'm not a big Nick Khan fan personally, because I think he's very business orientated. I think he is very much TKO. However you feel about the TKO business practices, I feel like Nick Khan is very much an extension of those. When you think about ticket prices and things along those lines, Nick Khan is that world. I could see him very much getting promoted at some point into the higher echelon of the TKO world, going onto the boards and, kind of getting a key role within TKO. I mean, he also plays a big part with the Zuffa boxing. I know that he's kind of integral to that. So he is someone, he's a very good businessman. I think that, he's very business orientated, and I don't know, just not a massive fan personally, because I don't know that he's someone that necessarily puts the fans first, and I'm not sure that he's, I don't know, a likable person, to be honest, as most business people are not. So there's a lot of thought on this. I mean, there's a lot of people that are like, well, I'd rather have the cutthroat businessman at the top of WWE making sure that they're taking the hard decisions and keeping WWE going, I mean, it doesn't feel like WWE are going to make any major business errors with him there. And so from that point of view, it's good, of course. But I don't know. As a consumer of the product, as someone that enjoys WWE, I don't find much warmth towards Nick Khan. But then, is that a big problem? Am I meant to? Does it matter? He doesn't really impact my life in any way. I don't necessarily see much of him. And I do think a lot of the big decisions aren't just him. I think that it's kind of driven by TKO when it comes to ticket prices and, all that sort of stuff. So, yeah, not a big fan. Hard to know exactly what was being said with that conversation, because I don't think plans did change. So I think he is telling the truth in that regard. But I think you're right. I think he was also just trying to make out that even the builds was all planned, and that it all just perfectly went to plan. And of course, we've heard very different to that. Connor said, here's what I'm saying. Do we think that the King of the Ring Fatal 4-Way, that Braun could interfere and that Braun could cost Seth? Yes, I do think he could interfere, and I do think he could cost Seth. I don't know that he will. I sort of hope that he doesn't. I sort of hope that we're done with all of that, because that, of course, has been a major focus in recent weeks. And I don't know about you, I really enjoyed last week's Raw. And I really hope that was sort of a bit of a warning, actually, to the Vision. I hope that was the Vision learning that actually we're not quite where we thought we were, because I don't think they are. I don't think they are quite where they thought they were. They've obviously been rocked by a lot of injuries. I think that they're very naive. I think that Bron Breakker is struggling and going to struggle to fill the shoes of Seth as the leader of that group. And I think that it would be really good for that group, and I think it'd be good for Bron Breakker if they didn't just engage in this endless feud with Seth, right? I sort of feel like they need to take stock. They need to get momentum. They need to rebuild. They need to then hit Seth a bit further down the road. If you want to go back at Seth, I wouldn't do it this week. And I think it would be really interesting, actually, to sort of see this conversation play out on this show. I think I'd like to see a lot of, dejection, a lot of heads down, backstage, Heyman having a word with Braun. Listen, this is what we can do, right? I've been thinking. And Braun's like, listen, wise man, Oracle, Paul, leave it, right? I can see the situation. We're not in a good place. We haven't been in a good place in 2026. We've got to get everyone back together. We need to get back to full strength, and then we will take what's rightfully ours. But right now, Paul, we are down. We are wounded, and we have got to find a way forward. And I don't think that way forward involves Seth at the moment. So, I mean, it's true, because Logan's going to be out for how long? And I don't know when Bronson Reed is coming back. There are word and rumour of a couple of new members joining, and maybe that should be the focus. Actually, restocking personnel, strengthening back up, adding some people to the group. So I think for me, because I've seen Seth and Braun, I saw them at WrestleMania. Obviously, they fought last week in what felt like a big sort of blow-off. I mean, you could have done that main event of Raw at a PLE last week, and it really did make Raw a better show, that match, because everyone was getting involved. There was loads of shenanigans. Montez had to come and make the save. I mean, listen, Braun can get involved again here, and he could take Seth out. But I mean, Montez and the Profits might come down. There's no guarantee that even if Braun gets involved, he's going to be able to wipe Seth out of this match, because Seth does have some backup. And I hope that was a bit of a lesson learnt last week, because I think for me that's more interesting. I think these characters are so much more interesting when they've got an obstacle to overcome, and that for me is an obstacle that they've got to overcome. They've got to realise that they are not in a good place. I don't know that anyone's really looking at the Vision right now, getting that excited because of the injuries and the stop-start motion. I mean, Logan's out, Bronson's out. Bron's only just come back after months and months away, returning at WrestleMania, costing Seth in, obviously Seth in his match with Gunther, but Braun getting involved. And so a sort of, I think it's an option. I think it's on the table. You can absolutely do it, but I don't know how much of an appetite there's going to be for it when we, I think, just had a really, really good sort of conclusion to stuff last week. Blue World Sonic said, I find it weird that Nick Khan always lies. Daze, can we imagine Queen of the Ring if Jess is the ref again and that Jess tries to cost Becky again like she did in Clash in Italy? Could happen. Absolutely could happen. Abram said Liv is greedy. She wants all the gold. The rest of the women in Judgment Day can just write her coattails. Happy day, Days. Abram, shout out to you, buds. Maxine Dupree is obviously going to join the Vision, says Connor. She is, but I don't know how much she's going to help. I mean, you know, she can obviously come down and distract, or she can come down and trip someone over, but it's not quite the same as, like, replacing Logan or replacing Bronson. I feel like she could have joined the group anyway. I always say I'm not a big fan of groups over 4, but Maxine doesn't really need promo time. Like, Maxine, to me, is a bit of a valet. She's a bit of a Miss Elizabeth. She's someone that doesn't really need to speak. She's someone that's there as sort of garnish, you know? I don't really see her being a major factor. I could see her maybe just having a word with Theory before Theory goes to the ring, and us doing a little thing in Gorilla where she speaks, or maybe there was a backstage moment, everyone leaves and it's just her and Theory and she just says a few words to him before we then cut away. I don't see her being this kind of major voice that needs a lot of kind of promo time. I see her being like I see her being a factor. I'm not saying that she's not a factor at all, but I think she's a factor in the way that Miss Elizabeth was a factor. You know, she's around and you see her, but I don't know that she needs to be saying too much. So, yeah, she'll come in, but I don't see her as like a Logan replacement, of course, or a Bronson replacement. I think we've still got those couple of spots that can be filled. She can join the group even when you've got Logan, even when you've got Bronson. The Vision seriously do need momentum, said Reese. As there new members that are needed, like Grayson. Yeah, there's rumours, actually. There's been rumours of them bringing new people in. No word as to who those people actually are. But, yes, there have been some rumours of them bringing new members in. I mean, Logan's out for, you know, a considerable amount of time. I saw a post that he put up, I think it was yesterday, and he was showing off his scar, and I don't know if it was him or if it was like Wrestle Purists or whoever, but they were saying Rumble, ? As if to say, like, is that going to be when he returns? I mean, we're in June, and he's got massive bruising on the one side. He's got a big scar, obviously, down the other side, all stitched up, right? Big, where he had the operation. I mean, I don't see him coming back for at least a couple of months. In wrestling, normally they'll make out that he's going to be out for 6 months and then they come back after 3, right? Can't believe it, he's back. Wow, he's well ahead of schedule, blah, blah, blah. It's something wrestling likes to do, right? Kind of surprise you, have people not out as long. But I still think he's out for months, right? I still don't expect him to be wrestling within the next couple of months. Whether whether we don't see him for the rest of 2026, there's maybe a good chance of that as well. But the thing is, he's out. He is definitely out. Bronson, no word. I haven't seen any update as to what we're doing with him and when he could return. So I think we need at least 1, if not 2. And yeah, this is where it gets a little bit tricky, because the question then becomes, who do you bring in? Now, it doesn't have to be someone from Raw, because we have been seeing people switching brands. So, I mean, it's not like it has to be someone from Raw. I tell you who might be quite interesting, right? And some people will think I'm pretty crazy for suggesting this. But I think storyline-wise, it'd be brilliant. And it would be Dawkins. because I think that Montez has kind of come around to helping Seth now. And I think that there's maybe an opportunity to pull the trigger on Montez and have a look at him as a single star. And I think a lot of us have kind of always thought that that was worth doing. But the problem has always been Dawkins. What do you do with Dawkins? Because he would feel like the Marty Jannetty. But what if you actually flip that on its head and you actually have Dawkins turn on Montez, and then Dawkins goes into the Vision, and actually Dawkins as a tag guy, someone that spent years and years and years in tag wrestling, he would be a fantastic partner for Theory whilst Logan recovers. It would be a real betrayal. I mean, you know, as turns go, it'd be a damn good one seeing Dawkins turn on Montez. And actually, you know, Dawkins then in the Vision, that's not bad, actually, because I think he would be a good long-term person to have in the group. He wouldn't have to try and survive on his own. I think he'd struggle on his own. I think he needs to go into a faction if he's going to come out of the Street Profits. So I think you're getting a betrayal. I think you're getting a solid addition to the group. The other thing you've got to remember as well is Bron Breakker is absolutely the leader of that group. So if you put in a big name, all of a sudden that big name might kind of be a bit of a leadership challenge for Bron Breakker. And I don't know that that's really the right play. So you kind of need to put someone in like a Grayson, who isn't big enough to be the leader of the group and can sort of just operate in the background, you know. Obviously, Grayson is a good shout. He's at a loss. He's a good talker. He'd provide a bit of fun to the group as well, if we kept his character the way that his character has been. He'd provide a little bit of humour into the group, which I think is really, really needed. So, I mean, he's a fine addition. But, you know, I wouldn't be putting in like CM Punk or anyone like that. Those kind of names for me are too big. And they completely change the dynamic of the group. And I don't know really how that works, because Bron Breakker is not someone that wants to play second fiddle. Bron Breakker is someone that wants to be the leader of this thing. So, yeah, I think for me, this is where like a Dawkins could be very interesting, because he's in this story already. You could also bring in someone like Berto. I mean, I don't know what we're doing with Angel and Berto. I mean, if that group's got no life in it, I think Berto's interesting because he's a good-looking guy, and we haven't really looked to see what we could do with him as a sort of like a single star. He doesn't really have much in the way of size, but I could see him being a good partner for Theory, actually. I could see Berto and Theory working quite well as a tag team. So, again, you know, maybe there's a little something along those lines. You could always call someone up if you wanted to call someone up. I'm not sure that that's the right play. I'm not sure that's the right direction. But, yeah, I mean, there's a few names that are around. I don't know how much we need. I don't know how many members we need. I don't know if we need two, because we might be on the verge of having Bronson Reed come back quite soon, you know. So it might be that we only need a Logan replacement. Hello, Triple A. Hope you're doing well. Triple A said, Daze, when do we think that Roman's going to lose the championship? I love Roman, and I'm loving the run so far. Glad that he is showing up consistently. If we had to make a prediction, what pay-per-view will he lose it, and to who? I think that SummerSlam is going to be obviously the next big challenge. That is early August. I don't see him losing it before. I'm not even sure if he'll defend it before. He probably will defend at Night of Champions. But I think he gets past that. And I think that whatever that is. And I think that we get to SummerSlam. Obviously, this brings us to who's going to win King of the Ring. And I think that at the moment, you know, I'm looking at Seth. Because word on the street is that they want to do Roman Seth, and that was teased a few weeks ago, you might remember. But they also want to do Roman Oba. And so those are the two matches that they're interested in, potentially one being at SummerSlam and the other being at WrestleMania if we don't get The Rock. And I don't know if they've decided which one they want to do. I mean, don't forget, right now, Oba Dominic is happening as a semi-final. And so Oba could very much get to the final. But yeah, I think Seth looks like he's probably my pick. Well, he's definitely my pick. He's definitely my pick to go through today. And he's probably going to be the bookie's favourite as well to go through. So I think it's either Oba or Seth that gets the win in King of the Ring and then goes on to face Roman. And I do think Roman's title reign is going to be in trouble at that point because if you're doing Roman Oba at SummerSlam, I don't know that we've got to worry about Brock because I think Brock, is scheduled to retire. That's always been the chatter, hasn't it? The word on the street has always been that Brock's going to call it quits at SummerSlam. Well, if that's true, Brock's probably retired maybe to Gunther. And, that's done. And so I don't know that he's going to interfere in the Oba match. So Roman Oba, I mean, it could just be that Roman has got an Oba problem and there ain't no Brock that's going to spoil the party. So, and also Seth, I love Seth being the thorn in Roman's side. I do. I love that. I love the fact that Roman is so strong and dominant and undeniably the face of this generation, right? When we look back on this time period of the sort of late 2010s into 2020s, Roman Reigns is the man, okay? No doubt, Roman Reigns is the man. But I think every big face, every person that kind of really symbolizes an era, I think it's always good if there's just a thorn in the side, someone that they really struggle to sort of get past. I mean, you could say for Hogan that it was like Rowdy Roddy Piper, and or the Ultimate Warrior. I mean, obviously the Warrior beat Hogan at WrestleMania 6. And Roddy Piper, every time Hogan used to beat him, it used to be by count out or DQ. He could never quite get that pinfall victory. Could never quite get that submission win. Could never drop the leg and get the 1, 2, 3. And I like the fact that the person that probably knows Roman the best is Seth because of their time being in the Shield together, right? They're like brothers that aren't brothers. And I just like the idea that Seth can go in there, go toe to toe with Roman. And whenever they do wrestle, Seth can get the better of Roman. We actually saw that during the Bloodline run. I mean, Roman was not losing, obviously, when he was the champ because, well, he would have lost the belt. So, I mean, he was winning and winning and winning and winning. But he does, when he is champion and he's on that amazing run, he does face Seth at the Royal Rumble. You might remember Seth wearing the Shield attire. Came down through the crowd at the Rumble. It wasn't during the Rumble match. It was, a proper championship match. And Seth came through the crowds. And basically we ended up with them having this championship match. And Seth got the win. Now, it was a bit screwy. If my memory serves me correct, it's Roman putting on a hold and then not releasing it. And as a result, Seth winning by DQ. But if we do end up doing Roman Seth, I'd love for Seth to get it. I agree. I mean, I think Roman with the belt obviously is good for business and all of that, but I just love that story of Seth's got his number. Roman can beat people, He can go toe to toe with a Jacob and get a win. He can go toe to toe with a Brock Lesnar and get a win. But the one person that's just got his number, the one person that he just always struggles to work out is Seth Rollins. So I can't tell you if it'll be Oba or if it'll be Seth, but streets are saying it will be one of those. And I think that Roman will have a big problem when it comes to SummerSlam. So, Chris, hello. Shout out to you. Said I need to make my mind up by this time next week. What do you mean, but what do you mean, Chris? I think I've missed that. Chris, shout out to you, buds. Big time, hello. Do we think WWE will buy TNA? Because if a sale happens, they might want to monetize a TV deal like events and figures and a video game library and avoid new ownership that might work against WWE. I haven't really seen much on this. Is this a story that's sort of doing the rounds, is it? That WWE might be buying them or something? Because I haven't seen this story. I mean, I think WWE could have bought TNA. I mean, WWE are not hurting for money. They haven't, or if they've approached, it's been declined and we've not heard about it. Instead, they've just decided to go in for like a partnership instead. So they've been doing this partnership. I don't know that there's been any bid that's been placed by WWE. I haven't heard any word about them trying to buy TNA. So, I mean, as I'm sat here right now, I've got to say, no, I don't think they are trying. I think that WWE has always had the resource to purchase TNA. I think they could always have gone in with a very healthy offer and, potentially bought TNA if they wanted to. Instead, they've, there's been no word of them ever making a move. And as a result, there's just nothing to make me believe that that's something that they're particularly looking for. I think they're just quite happy with the partnership. So I'm not expecting there to be any movement there. I can't say I've heard any word on anything there. Chris said the decision on the new liver and the spleen coming out. Oh, yes. Yes. Well, did you ask? Did you ask about, what they would recommend and all that stuff? I mean, I don't know how you could make that decision. Just on your own. I mean, surely there has to be a lot of information, a lot of stuff that you got to weigh up and everything. Have you got all of that info? Have you got all that stuff? Because if I had to make that decision, I'd want as much information as I could get my hands on. I'd really want to be trying to, understand, pros and cons to everything. So hopefully you've got all of that info. I feel like it's such a big decision that it's not even really a decision you should make on your own. I sort of feel like I'd want the doctors to really guide me and advise me and, tell me this is what you need to do, kind of a thing. So hopefully you've got that support, Chris. If I'm not mistaken, the only time that Roman pinned Seth was a 10-man tag back in 2014, says Kader. Miss Clown, hello. Oh, Chris said, yes, I've got that info. That's good. And that support, that's good. Miss Clown said, Daze, do we see Cena coming back and winning 8 more titles? Please respond. Well, I don't think so, but I'm not anticipating that. But I will have egg on my face if he does come back and do exactly that. I want Dawkins to stand up. He is ready, said Little Miss Time Lord. Days, a bunch of friends are working today. Just wanted to give you a shout out. Hello, Abram, shout out to you. Shout out to whoever it is you're hanging with as well. Thumbs up. Hello, Sydney said, is there an update on Wrestle Feuds? Is there an update on Wrestle Feuds? Not really. I just put a post up. So what I did was I went back to the original post, copied it, posted it again last night, and just said, is there anyone that wants the remaining dates? I don't want to extend past August because actually, I don't know if you've noticed, I'm sure people have noticed, but the game is a little slow. So people will give me the answer, I then press the button, and it takes a little while for the answer to be revealed. The reason for that is not because of me trying to be dramatic or anything. It's because, it's basically a game that someone made themselves, and it runs on Google Sheets, and it's just not very good. I mean, the game is, clunky and all this. There is an update now, so I really do need to look at that. There is an update where apparently it runs a bit quicker. It's a bit more slick. It's a bit more professional. Like, you know, you press the button, the answer reveals. And I'm really interested in the update, but I don't know how simple it is. So my plan is to actually just fill the spots that are left for Wrestle Feuds. And then as soon as that's done, have it kind of go down for a few weeks where I can get the new system in place, put this new slicker system in, which I've had a little look at, and it looks a little bit complicated, right? It doesn't look like the kind of thing that's just going to take me an hour or two. So I just want to kind of see through what we've got, then have a few weeks to just get this new system installed, and then hopefully it's much better, you know, much slicker, and you know, a better experience to play, right? Better experience to watch. So at the moment, no, I don't have any Wrestle Feud update apart from I'm just looking for a couple of gaps that I need to fill, and then we'll probably go dark for a few weeks so I can just get this new system installed. Chris said World Cup Fantasy League's up now and it's running. Okay. Well, if you've got a code or anything, I mean, feel free to tag me in it and I can put it onto the community thing. So I'll put it over on the community tab. And yeah, I'm quite happy to share that out. I'm sure there's people that would be willing to join. They've changed Money in the Bank to October, says Kyle. They did. I'm not sure why. We touched on that earlier. Mike said, I miss traditional Survivor Series matches. I'd like them to revisit talent awarded as GM for a night. Just something outside the box. Good. It's good, but formulaic. Yeah, I don't know if that's what I would go back to. I'm not sure what I would do with it. We spoke about the fact that Survivor Series needs to have like a reason. It needs to be something, because the problem with Survivor Series is it does feel like we just chuck a load of people together just for the sake of doing a War Games, and that's it. I mean, it doesn't really feel like anything that has really changed WWE, or doesn't really, like, you know, change the direction of WWE. I sort of feel like if there's a way of crowning a new champ or getting a number one contender thing or something along those lines. We did speak about, do you do traditional matches and then everyone that survives those traditional matches just goes into a battle royal at the end of the show, and then whoever wins the battle royal gets a title opportunity, you know? Do you do something along those lines? I'm not sure. I mean, I just know that War Games isn't it, and I'm not crazy about Raw versus SmackDown. That might be controversial, but again, it's a different thing, but it's the same problem, and that is it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. How many fans of WWE do you know that are die-hard Raw fans? Or die-hard SmackDown fans? Like, no one. I don't know anyone. There's people that will say that Raw is better than SmackDown right now, but it's not that we hate SmackDown. We want SmackDown to be better. It's just Raw is a better show. So the thing is, when you do Raw versus SmackDown, no one's taking a side. I'm not taking a side. I'm not cheering for Raw. I'm not cheering for SmackDown. I don't give a flip. It doesn't make any difference. It's pointless, because like it's just a bragging rights thing. But I mean, that lasts a day, if that. Do you know what I mean? Like, Raw will be in a celebratory mood if they win. Then at Survivor Series, we'll go to Raw and everyone will be happy. You go to SmackDown, everyone's sad, and that's it. That's it. I'm done for another year. I just don't care about that. That doesn't do anything for me. I'm not bothered. I'm not cheering for Raw. I'm not cheering for SmackDown. Tuning into one show where everyone's happy and the other show where everyone's sad for a week. I don't care. We can do something so much better than that. So Raw versus SmackDown, not for me. Don't give a flip. We don't have any rivalry between those shows throughout the year. There's no rivalry. There's no animosity. They're not trying to outmaneuver each other. We don't see them taking shots at each other. There's no tribalism. There's no, WWE don't make us sort of root for a team or anything. So to get to Survivor Series and then try and manufacture a feud, try and manufacture this, it feels fake, phony, irrelevant. I'm really not a fan. I just don't care. That is not something that I care to go back to. And then War Games. Just, it can be good. But I think War Games, it's better if you do it as a match when you need it, If you've got a red hot feud like, I don't know, Wyatt's against MFTs, let's just say that was good, right? Let's say that feud was really cooking, but it was July. Well, let's do War Games. Do it in July. Doesn't have to be at the end of the year. Just do it when you need it, like Hell in a Cell. You know what I mean? Like, if you need a War Games match because you've got two factions that are warring and Hell in a Cell is not going to be big enough, well, then do War Games. So I think that works better for me that way, rather than get into November and then just trying to chuck a load of people together so we can do War Games. But yeah, then what do you do at Survivor Series? What is Survivor Series? Well, historically, it's going to be Survivor Series matches, isn't it? I tell you what I saw. I mean, I'm not saying this is the right thing to do, but Evolve did gauntlet match, but both teams, it was done as teams. So what you would do is you'd have two people in the ring, Team A, Team B. If Team B lose, the next Team B member comes in. And then if Team A loses, their next member comes in. And you just keep going until there's one team left standing. And, that could give you some interesting matches. So it's like a gauntlet match, but better, really. The thing with a gauntlet match is if you're out first, like 1 and 2, you're probably not winning the gauntlet because you're not going to run the whole gauntlet. But with this, it doesn't really matter if you're not the person left standing at the end. It's just, did you contribute to your team? Did you manage to beat someone on the other side? And, ultimately, did your team secure the win? I thought that was kind of interesting. I could imagine, like, shark cages, people being out there so that we've got a bit of energy and, people coming down. You only need the one ring rather than the 2 rings. I think that's better as well. Don't know about you, but I'm not a big fan of having the 2 rings set up for the War Games. One gets used, the other one doesn't, unless it's a War Games match. And then we bring the thing down, the cage down. So I kind of looked at that and was like, ooh, that's nice. I kind of like that as a gauntlet, like 2 teams, and you do it that way. I mean, it could be that the only downside is that, maybe not everyone gets involved in the match. But then you start to think, well, actually, do you let the next person down after 3 minutes or so? Do you do it that way? And so that way you can guarantee, and then that way everyone would be involved, wouldn't they? So, I don't know, maybe there's some tweaks that could be made there. Maybe that could be something. That had a Survivor Series. It fit the bill of Survivor Series. It had a Survivor Series feel to it. Teams, eliminations, but just structured a little bit differently. Big Time said, I meant, as of right now, Anthem isn't for sale. Okay. But WWE has got the first option. They wouldn't want new ownership working against them. No, they wouldn't want new ownership working against them, but unless that new ownership is Tony Khan or something, they probably won't have people working against them. I mean, if you took over TNA, I've got to think the partnership with WWE would be seen as valuable, not something you'd want to throw away. So unless you're like Tony Khan and you're going to take TNA away from WWE and obviously have it work with or have it kind of fall under the AEW umbrella. Yeah, I mean, it's going to depend on who would take over. So it's something to keep an eye on, isn't it? But I mean, I've not heard of any bids going in. I'd imagine WWE are keeping an eye on the situation, but I don't know that they're necessarily getting a bid ready. David said, problem is Raw is better than SmackDown and it creates a problem. Well, it creates many problems, yes. I mean, it creates a problem for us because obviously we don't get quite as excited for tuning in for SmackDown as we do for Raw. And it creates a problem in the sense of it really contributes to that general malaise that people are feeling. I mean, if you spoke to the average fan right now and asked them, how do you feel about WWE? People are going to say, I ain't feeling great. There's a lot of people that have stepped away from WWE in 2026. We're seeing that in declining ratings, and we're seeing it with lots of kind of comments. I mean, I'm sure you're seeing lots of videos and shorts, people talking about how WWE just feels very safe at the moment, very comfortable, very uninspiring, very flat, very, just lacking excitement. I'm sure you've seen all this, right? I mean, it's flipping everywhere. So I even saw a video from Dave Meltzer the other day where he was saying this booking that Triple H is doing, it's the kind of booking that's not going to put the company out of business. It's very paint by numbers. It's very safe, but it's not the kind of booking that's setting the world on fire either. It's sort of very middle of the road. It's very safe. It's kind of like, it's going 20 miles an hour down the road. It's not going to have any major accident. It's not going fast enough to have a major accident, but it's just, do you know what I mean? It's very safe. It's very uninspired. It's very comfortable. It's not taking any risks. It's just middle of the road. Just, getting from A to B. And there's a lot of people that are just bored. There's a lot of people that are just like finding it a bit repetitive. And I think Raw is doing a really good job, actually, of putting on a good product while still being quite safe and being a bit repetitive. And, still having those issues. Raw are still finding a way of working within that framework, whereas the SmackDown creative team are seemingly struggling, right? They're seemingly having bigger problems. I do think SmackDown on Friday was okay. It was one of their stronger episodes, but I do put a big caveat on that because I still don't think it was mind-blowing. I think I gave it 5.75. I mean, fine. It was, it was kind of acceptable, but only just really. There was some bad stuff on there. There was like Chelsea and Lash, which was not very well received. There was a couple of bits that were just like Royce and Talla didn't really set the pulses racing, but we did get a women's Queen of the Ring qualifier, and we did get a King of the Ring qualifier, and obviously that was very welcome. They were very welcome. So I mean that helped. But and there was, I like the Sammy stuff. But again, I kind of get to the point where I have to do a thumbnail for the breakdown. And I just don't know what to do. I mean, Raquel going through to the next round, is that big of a deal? Dominic going through to the next round was how we ended the show. Is that big of a deal? I mean, he's got to face Oba. So, is that the big talking point? Dominic goes through but now faces Oba. Raquel goes through, now faces Io. I mean, I kind of settled on the issues with Cody and Sammy. And, I mean, I didn't think my thumbnail was very good, to be honest, because I couldn't find a good picture of Cody and Sammy, like, having issues. So the thumbnail I ended up settling on, I was like, nah, I'm not. That's not one of the better ones, to be honest. But this is the problem when you don't have like a big sort of talking point moment, then you're like, that's the thumbnail. I didn't feel that way about Raquel winning. I didn't feel that way about Dominic winning. So it's kind of like, I just have to go with this sort of Cody, Sammy drama. Because that, honestly, out of everything, is probably the thing that I'm probably most interested in. I mean, King and Queen of the Ring will just play out. I mean, you know, that'll be more interesting when we get to the next rounds and, you know, we've got someone going to the final. This is still first round matches. So it'll be more interesting when, you know, we find out, is it Oba or Dominic? You know, is it Raquel or Liv? Who's going through to the final? That'll be more interesting. So, yeah, I decided on the Cody Sammy thing, but I don't know. I don't know if that was the right thing or the wrong thing to focus on. The thumbnail wasn't very good. But that's, you know, this is why we end up at 575, because there's just not really, I'm struggling to find a thumbnail. And that was on what I would deem a better show. That was something I think was better than normal. So, yeah, Raw, definitely clear of SmackDown. Definitely. And I'm sure that'll show again tonight. I mean, I'm actually quite up for tonight. I think the card looks pretty fun. 2 championship matches. You know, I wasn't crazy about Sol winning the Intercontinental Championship. It felt too early to me, and I wasn't keen on how we got there. But we're there now. So I wouldn't take the belt off her now that she's got it, unless she's going to keep struggling. I mean, if she has a bad match today and she's struggling to hit that Soul Snatcher, you know, a few of those, then I'll be like, maybe we need to just settle this down. Perhaps this has gone too quick. I mean, maybe she just needs to, you know, take a breath. Perhaps she's being pushed too hard, too quickly. So, you know, we'll have to see how this match goes, but I'm guessing it's going to go fine. I'm guessing she's going to be okay. And I'm guessing that, yeah, we you know, she should pick up the victory here against Lyra and, you know, go on to have what will hopefully be a good run for her. So I'm hoping she gets the win. I don't care if she loses, but, you know, now that she's got it, she should probably keep it. And then Penta's going to win. I can't see Rey getting the win here. Hopefully that's just a really fun match. And then you got King of the Ring. Then you got Queen of the Ring. Then there's an Oba segment. Raw's looking pretty good tonight. Daze, if WWE did get an ownership stake in TNA, I'd imagine that we would see some main roster crossover to help TNA with struggling ticket sales. Maybe. I just don't know how close we are or how realistic it is to have a conversation about that happening. I do genuinely believe that if WWE wanted TNA, they could have easily bought them. The fact they have not done that says to me that they're not interested, or they weren't interested. Whether their hand will be forced because they don't like whoever could be purchasing TNA, well, that's something to keep an eye on. But I don't know. I don't know how far down that road I want to go, because I don't know how realistic it is that WWE are going to be purchasing TNA. There's nothing to suggest that's going to be happening. So something to keep an eye on. Jesse said Dom is stagnant. I want to see him have a character change. I get that he gets heat. I just don't like him, says Jesse. Hello, Jesse. Hope you're well. Connor said, Daze, if Seth does win King of the Ring, could Seth all of a sudden choose Roman? That's what I would expect. Then we get Roman Seth at SummerSlam. Yeah, that's the direction I'd expect that to go. Ruliu said, we can count on Sol to defend each week instead of Liv, who's just a champion for story, said Ruliu. Jenna said, WWE doesn't need to buy TNA. It's just another product that TKO would destroy. That's a good point as well. That's a good point. I mean, I will say they've done good with AAA. I mean, we've got to give them flowers for that. I think they've done a good job there. But, yeah, I mean, TKO are definitely not on my Christmas card list. So, I don't know. Would it be a good move for TNA. That's hard, isn't it? That's hard to say. I feel like it probably would be if I look at AAA. I feel like, it probably would be. But, no, I don't know, man. There's a lot of bad PR that comes with going under that TKO umbrella, The discussion has started rumbling because TNA is facing a mass exodus of talent. All their top names are being scooped up whilst needing to run weekly. Well, I still don't quite understand why that then goes to a conversation about WWE purchasing them, to be honest. I saw that Steve Macklin's leaving, but I don't know. I don't know that I class Steve Macklin as that big of a deal. I don't know. To me, there's not really a conversation there yet. There's no rumblings about WWE purchasing TNA. And until that starts to show itself, it's not really on my radar. I think there is you make a good point about them having first refusal. And if Anthem do sell, then it'll be very interesting to see. But I'd say let's just cross that bridge when we get to it. Luxmania said, I think Judgment Day is killing Dom. If Dom's in a singles run, he would carry that mid-card division. Dean said, why do WWE keep rushing young superstars? Yeah, Dean, it's a great question, and it's something we've spoken about because I don't think it's really helping. Obviously, we'll have to see, ultimately, but I can point to Julia as an example. I believe Julia is a 2-time United States champion, but, she struggles to get consistent TV time. Just getting someone to a belt, just rushing them to a title, it doesn't necessarily do much for them unless you give them consistently, good opponents. There's a good division to work in. They're going to get a lot of TV time. Like, the belt should come with all the things that being a champion merits, and that is regular TV time, regular promo time, ready-made feuds. If it's not going to come with all of those things, then the belt is of little value. Yes, you've been a champion, you've won a mid-card belt, well done. But I just point to Julia and I'd just say, does she feel like a 2-time United States champion? She doesn't to me. It feels like she's not won a belt on the main roster yet because she hasn't been having those singles matches at PLEs. And she hasn't been involved in these big sort of feuds. And, a lot of the week she just popped up backstage. It would be another week where we wouldn't see her, or another week where she's just doing a little backstage promo instead, And I think there's obviously been a lot of frustration about that. For me, I think the reason why we're doing this is because WWE went to the Performance Center. And they just spoke to Sean about we know that we need to produce new talent. Now, I think this was more for the men's side, but it might be something they've looked at on the women's side as well. Charlotte obviously is not getting any younger, neither is Becky. And so, they're probably okay on that side with Bianca and Rhea. But I don't know. We're doing a lot more with the women now than we have ever done with women, right? The women are being utilized more now than ever. They've got Rumbles, they've got Money in the Bank, they've got War Games. We did an all-women's PLE last year. They're having regular championship matches. Gone are the days where there's no women's match on, a WrestleMania or something, right? Now the women are, it's not 50-50, of course it isn't, but they are a big integral part of the show, right? And I think as a result, we are seeing just things like pregnancies kind of getting in the way, which have not historically been an issue. So like Bianca's pregnant now, Naomi's pregnant now. Go back a few years during the pandemic, Becky was pregnant. And so I think WWE have identified not only is the women's focus or the spotlight on women ever growing, right? I mean, it's slow, but it's getting bigger all the time. But you've also got other challenges like pregnancies, stuff like that, where women are obviously stepping away for an extended period. And so you do need to be bringing in new women. And of course, as we said, Becky not getting any younger, Charlotte not getting any younger, Asuka stepping away. Don't know what's going on there. And releases, of course, where people haven't quite connected and WWE feel like they can save the money. So I think it's all to do with trying to build stars. I think it really is trying to fast forward that process for both the men and the women. And I think that they have, for some reason, decided that just rushing people to belts and getting belts on people very quickly, they just seem to believe that is a proven way of getting people over. The thing is that there could be some truth to it, because the way that I look at the product and the way you look at the product, the way that we look at the product is probably different to the way that a casual fan looks at the product. If you're a kid and some girl that you don't know or some guy that you don't know arrives on the main roster and quickly gets to a belt, I mean, yeah, they're going to be on your radar. They're going to be like, wow, look what they've achieved. Like, you know, that's amazing. They must be really good. And that's how I would have thought as a kid. Whereas now, as an adult, you'd think more like, why are they doing that? Why aren't they just letting this person get settled in, you know, introducing their character to us, building them up, giving them some obstacles? I mean, I think, like, you know, you can learn more about a character when they've got obstacles that they've got to overcome. I mean, it should never just be a straight line going straight to a title. You can do it as an exception, but really it should be like a bit of a mountain that you climb. Why we had to put the Intercontinental belt on Sol Ruca so quick, I don't know. I mean, I can. The only answer I can give you is that I think they're trying to build new stars, and I think that they've identified putting belts on people quickly is a proven way of doing it. So I'm not a fan of it. I'm really not. I don't like it. I think it's lazy. I really do. I think it's really lazy. I think putting the belt on someone that quickly is just a lazy shortcut. So, yeah, not a fan of it. Not a big fan of it. Didn't Dawn Marie sue Vince for flirting when she was pregnant? Oh, I don't know about that. Word Life Cena fan said, Daze, Liv does not need to win. She's already a world heavyweight champion. It can still be Raquel versus Liv at SummerSlam. Liv doesn't need to win, that's true. Becky needs to win. At least this match. Do a poll if it's going to be Stephanie attacking Liv. Well, I think the poll answers that question. If Stephanie attacks Liv, then Liv wouldn't win the match, would she? So at the moment, people have got Liv winning this match. So at the moment, people are thinking Stephanie is not going to attack. If they did, then they wouldn't have Liv winning. What would we do with Jade, said Big Time? Perhaps take a break. She seems like a burden for creative to book for a while. I'm already anticipating another Tiffy title feud or feud with Rhea, as Big Time. What would I do with Jade? I'd put her in a feud, get her away from the title, put her in a feud, strengthen up that group with Michin and B-Fab, like really try and get like, you know, something going there with those three. I think that those three just feel very thrown together. I think it'd be good to see some backstage segments, put some depth into that group. And so I'd kind of invest in them that way. I think that would make that group more interesting rather than them just sort of being there. They do feel just thrown together, and I'd try and work hard to make it not feel that way. And I think putting them into a feud, not sure who against, I'd have to go down the SmackDown roster, get them away from the title, and yeah, could be good for Jade. I think we're seeing improvement with her in the ring, but this is where we probably need to flesh that character out a little bit more. Another issue is there isn't many that just lay it in, says Cal. Most of the time, all the hits and moves are so lame and tame, they just look like a children's school play, says Cal. Liv Morgan shouldn't have won the Women's World Championship, said Connor. There was no need. We should have kept the Women's World Championship on Stephanie. There is a dog barking. Yeah, it's Kia. It's annoying, isn't it? I'm kind of sat here being a bit distracted by it. But to be honest, if there's someone that walks past, she tends to go off. And that is the downside with streaming in the daytime. She's obviously just outside. So it's her. Hopefully she'll just settle down in a second. It's probably someone walking past. Hello, James. Hope you're doing well. What superstar do we think would benefit coming into the division? Yeah, we touched on it. I think Dawkins is sort of interesting because I don't know what we're doing with the Street Profits, and it's hard to have confidence in tag teams. So, it's kind of challenging to know which way we're going there. I think I'd put Dawkins in. Yeah, I think that he could be interesting. Bunker said, are we saying that Becky only wins and gets more opportunity at another title? Are we saying Becky only wins and gets more opportunity at another title? Don't know what we mean. Well, we wasn't really talking about Becky. I don't know if you're referring to someone else there. Yeah, we didn't really talk about Becky. James said, I just came back from having my tea. Very nice. What did you have? Did you have something good? Jesse said, I'm loving all these superstar gear mid-card matches and the kids and audience loving Oba. There's some great things. Right, so some good stuff going on in WWE at the moment. That's good. Bit of positivity around. That's good. We'll embrace that. Kane said, what happened to Unseen? Yeah, so not last week, but the week before, the news was very slow. So there wasn't really I was really struggling to find enough to put in an episode. And I've said before, I do like to try and do them daily. But if genuinely I don't feel like there's enough for an episode, I'm not going to do it. Because I'm not going to put something out and have people watch it and go, what was that, I wouldn't feel very good about doing that. So I'd rather just not do it. So that was the issue a couple of weeks ago. Last week, I was getting a real problem, having a lot of disruption with us being on this European tour. Because the problem is I've got a system of how I try and do them. So I like to get up, do Unseen, and then obviously we go into the streams. But the problem was on Friday, for example, the stream was obviously middle of the day, and then we came back and did a second one. And then on Monday, it was now, and obviously now, technically I'd still be asleep now. So there's been a lot of disruption with kind of the European tour and things along those lines. So this is the last day on the European tour. I don't know if they're doing any house shows after this, but I know on Friday we're back in America. So, once we can get back to that regular schedule, I am looking to bring it back. The only barrier will be if it goes back to being quite slow on the news front. So, yeah, they're not done. They will return, but that's been the issue with them. But I do need to get that extra content onto the channel. It is a big focus, and whilst I was having those challenges, I kind of started doing a few other bits away from the streams. So I'm kind of in a place now where I'm ready, I'm ready to sort of start doing them again and everything. But yeah, definitely let's get today out the way. So that was the job. I wish it was somewhat more exciting than that, but normally if Unseen stops for a little bit, it's normally something to do with scheduling or slow news or whatever it might be. I did think actually about, should I just put a video out yesterday that's kind of okay, this isn't breaking news, but it's here's what happened over the week. But I was I'm pretty sure everyone's heard this news by now. The thing with Unseen, and certainly when you're doing things that are focused on news, I kind of feel like unless you're doing it that day, it's old news. So I was like, I decided against it. But these are the sort of decisions you have to make, you know. Was it worth doing it? I knew I probably wasn't going to get one done today. So it's like I could have done one yesterday, but then I wouldn't have done one today. So I was like, oh my God. This is why I don't like this European tour. This is why I just want to get off it, get back to America, get back to a schedule, and I'm quite happy then. But whenever we do this, it does kind of cause a bit of disruption, you know. Bobby, hello, says Bobby Rose Mosey this Wednesday on Wrestle Feuds. Let's go. That'll be good. Be good to get you on, bud, and have a chat. I always enjoy Wrestle Feuds. It's always great when people come on. That's a game we play on our members' side. So, yeah, I mean, we've had some brilliant episodes recently. Really, really fun stuff. So, really looking forward to the future ones. I mean, I saw some really good lineups, actually, some really good games that we've got coming up between community members. So I'm really looking forward to that. So yeah, good. Feel free to ping over your email address. It's the only thing I need so I can send you the invite. Ping that over to wrestlingdaze@gmail.com. And then, yeah, great. That's all we need. Lovely. So Bobby, I hope you're doing well. Okay, oh, thank God. I think Kia's stopped barking, which is good. Trying to think and talk to you guys while she's going... I mean, she was really barking. Hopefully she's going to shut up now. James said, I had steak and ale pie with Jersey Royal potatoes, cauliflower, broccoli, and carrots. Lovely. Lovely. It's good to get a bit of veg, isn't it, eh? Do you know, I had a bad stomachache last week. Really was like, oh, I don't feel good. I think it's just because I've been living off rubbish. I think, like, I've just been living on, like, microwave meals and ice cream. I'll have a microwave meal as, like, you know, my main meal. And then afterwards, I'll be like, I'll have a bit of ice cream. But I was doing that pretty much every day last week. And I was like, oh, started to feel rubbish by the end of the week. So, lesson learned. You can have too much ice cream. And also this week we got the World Cup. We're not doing it, but I'm certainly watching it. That starts on Thursday. So very excited for that. Big Time said we need to point out that they need to flesh out the group, but we're also trying to strengthen a more viable, better option in Fatal Influence. We're also trying to strengthen a more viable, better option in Fatal Influence. I prefer the latter to prioritise more upside, not three. I'm confused. What are we talking about? Are we talking about Fatal Influence? Point out they need to flesh out the group. I don't think they need to touch Fatal Influence. I don't think that... I certainly have not said any comment about adding any extra members. I like 3. Listen, Shield was 3. It was slick. Everyone got promo time. Spotlight was shared around well. I think 4 max in a group, and I don't think it has to be 4. I like Fatal Influence at 3. So, can you bring another member in? Yeah, you can chuck another person in. You can go to 4. That way you've got someone going after the world title, someone going after the mid-card title, someone, 2 going after the tag titles. So, I mean, you can go to 4, but I like 3. I like 3. I don't have any problem with Fatal Influence being a group of 3. And I think that 3 works really well as well. I mean, the chemistry... The good thing is you can do 6-woman tag matches, which means all 3 can work together. And we've seen them doing that on a pretty regular basis as well. So that's an advantage. I mean, it's a lot harder to get like an 8-person tag going than a 6-person tag. And I think when Fatal Influence work together as a 3, they're really good together. They've got some really good chemistry. And actually, when Fallon and Laney work together, they're working really well. I think Laney, I mean, I actually don't know her background, but she strikes me as someone that has been wrestling for a while because she's very slick. I mean, if she's come through next in line, she's incredible. I mean, I've got to think she's come from like working indies or something, because like reality or wrestling, something like that. Because I mean, she's very slick with what she does, and her work with Fallon and JC. Certainly, when they're doing 6-woman tag, it's like they've got these spots that they know what to do. Tag, bang, like they're, I'll go against the ropes, you hold her against the rope, bang, 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 and they're doing all this stuff. And they just look like a team that's been together for quite a while, that have worked together on the roads. And, they've got all these spots that they like to do. And it's just a well-oiled machine. I'd worry if you put another person in that, like, does it make it better? Or, is it going to water it down? I don't think it's necessary. So I like Fatal Influence at 3 if it's working. Jesus Christ, if WWE have got something that's working, don't touch it, right? It's working. I mean, we know the issues that WWE have got in 2026. If something's working and it's thumbs up, just keep going. And that's how I feel about Fatal Influence. You've got a group there that's working. They've got great chemistry. They've connected with the audience. None of them are sort of like struggling to get a word in. There's no one that's like a weak member that's being carried. I don't even feel that way about Lainey. Lainey's not been in the group all that long, but she's doing a great job. I mean, it'd be a big thumbs up from me for her, because she's only going to get better as well. I mean, she's someone that's not been in the group that long. She's someone that was in NXT just for a hot minute, and that was it. So I think the fact that she has had the impact that she's had is very impressive. For her to have come in and just so seamlessly fit into that group. So, yeah, no, I wouldn't change that group. I wouldn't put another person in it. But you can if you want to, because you can go to 4. But this is where it comes down to personal preference. I wouldn't go above 4. You could have like what we said with the Vision, which is like have a valet. But like with the Vision, again, I'm going to repeat myself for a second, and that is you got to be careful with who you put in the Vision, because I think Bronson Reed, I don't think he's too far away from coming back. So you've got Theory, Bronson, and Bron. So if you're going to bring someone in, I think it only needs to be one person, and I think it needs to be someone that's going to team with Theory. So this is where, do you go Grayson and actually reunite A-Town Down Under? And obviously that could be interesting because of the falling out between him and Theory. Do you go Dawkins? Because that would then free Montez up to go solo. Yes, it would be the end of the Street Profits, but have the Street Profits done everything they can do now? I mean, they've been a team for, I don't even know how long. I mean, it's got to be like 8 years or so at this point. I mean, if they haven't done everything they're going to do by now. I mean, we didn't just keep Bret Hart in the Hart Foundation forever. We didn't keep Shawn Michaels in the Rockers forever. There's got to come a point where you go, okay, that's done now. And they're a great team. I mean, if they want to keep going, keep going. I mean, perhaps they're just going to be a team for life. But I don't know, at some point, just like with Big E breaking out of New Day, I think it would be good to have a look at Montez. Some have said that ship has passed. Some have said that Carmelo and Elia and all these people have come in and sort of, there isn't a need now. We don't need Montez. There could be some truth to that. But I also think there's a lot of love and respect for Montez. The fact that he's the husband of Bianca doesn't hurt. The fact that they're, having a baby and everything. I think all of this has meant that Montez is loved, respected by the WWE Universe, and a singles run would be well supported. But the problem would be that he would be the Shawn. I'm pretty sure that Dawkins would be the Marty Jannetty. So this is why we were saying, okay, well, why not have Dawkins turn on Montez? Dawkins then goes into Vision, and then you've got the Theory Dawkins team. And, he's in a group so he can have singles matches as well. He's not just a tag guy, he's just a member of the Vision. That'd be a tasty betrayal, I'm telling you. That would be like Bron Breakker getting one over on Seth and Montez. you know, kind of like there's always a plan B, just like when Seth turned on the Shield. It wouldn't be that level, of course, but you get my point. It's kind of like the Vision have struck, and they've struck right in the heart of Montez. They took his brother away. That'd be good. Come on. I'm not down on that. But it's just if you want to keep going with the Street Profits, if you think that they, you know, should still be a team. But I don't know, man. I feel like they've been a team for so long now. Surely we've done everything we're going to do with them. Plus, the tag division is like hot, cold, hot, cold. There's every chance that in a few months' time, they're just going to be sat in catering again for X amount of months. I don't know. I think there's an opportunity to do something a bit more interesting. And you can always bring them back together down the road, couldn't you? So, but anyway, it's probably not happening. So, Cosmic said, "How do you get onto a Wrestle Feuds?" Well, it's just a post. So, if you go to the bit where it says post on the channel, if you remember, which I can see you are, you'll see that, and have been for 24 months, Cosmic. You can see that there's a post that went up yesterday for Wrestle Feuds, and there was like 3 or 4 spaces that needed filling before the start of August. So I'd probably look to prioritize people that haven't been on, as opposed to those that have. I massively appreciate those that have, because I can honestly, hand on my heart, say if you've been on Wrestle Feuds, I've enjoyed having you on, because there's not a single person that I've had on yet that has been a problem, that has, you know, been moody, or has been, absolutely anyone that's been on is welcome to return, because it's just been great. I mean, it's been nice actually to put faces to names and have a chat with people, and I think Wrestle Feud has been a massive success on the members side. So yeah, it's been really good. All you got to do is just leave comments saying, I'll do this date. Let me know the date that you'd be interested in. I'll try and prioritize people that haven't been on. And yeah, there's a good chance that you'd be selected. I mean, it'll just sort of be first come, first serve, really. It'll just sort of be a case of I'll go down those comments, and if someone goes, I'm up for it. If they've been on, I might skip past to find if there's anyone that hasn't yet, so that I can give, you know, them the opportunity. But yeah, we'll just fill those dates up. And then I don't know what I'm going to do at that point, actually, because as I said earlier, I need the game to then just kind of go away for a few weeks so I can set up the new game. I might just bring people on for, like, I don't know, I'm tempted to do like interviews. I'm tempted to go, do you want to come on and have a chat for 15 minutes? So I bring someone on, it's just me and them. Just talk about, hey, how did you get it? Because I love that chat. But perhaps it works better rather than having 2 people and someone has to just sit and wait. I wonder if it just works better sort of sitting and just having a one-to-one, you know? And I'm not going to ask any dodgy questions. I'm not going to, you know, put you on the spot. It's just going to be like, you know, what got you into wrestling? Who's your favourite wrestler? Blah, 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 blah. Just really dig into some stuff. What's your favourite match? When did you get into wrestling? Have you been to any live shows? What memorabilia have you got? Blah, blah, blah. All the usual, right? 15 minutes. Thanks. Really appreciate it. They go. Bring someone else on. Do the exact same thing. And you could do 2 interviews, couldn't you, in half an hour? And I actually think that might be good to do for a couple of weeks. And maybe speak to some people we haven't spoke to yet. And whilst that's happening, I can try and get this new game. I think I just need to sit down and just like really get my head around it. I looked at it because this new version of Wrestle Feud has been available for a little while, and I looked at it and I was like, Jesus, this is like download this and install this and subscribe to this. It's not like, it wasn't as easy as just, you know, here it is. It seemed to be like you needed to download stuff, and I was like, So, yeah. Things going on the members side anyway. We didn't get a chance to do a members today. I don't think we will, because obviously Raw begins in 15 minutes. It's on for 2.5 hours. Then we'll do the breakdown. Then we'll do opinions video. By the time we're done all of that, it's going to be late. And probably too late for people in the UK and Europe. It'll be fine for people in America. But I think if we do a member stream, people will miss out. So I might come back tomorrow and do the questions one that we normally do. So do the question one that we normally do on a Monday. Might do that tomorrow. And then, of course, Wrestle Feuds. And what are we watching this week? We've got another watch-along on the members' side, haven't we? And we should have the return of the game on Friday, which will be good. Haven't done that in a few weeks. So plenty going on the members' side anyway. Right. Kazaz said, do we think we might see Jacob Roman in action? Because Chaos or maybe start in an episode with the MFTs. It's a good question. We are heading towards Night of Champions. We don't quite know what that looks like, but we did hear on Friday Solo saying we need to get ready for war. Yeah, now that Jacob is in line, I think what we will see this week is Roman is not expected to be on this show. I think if I remember Roman's schedule, this is a week that he misses. So I'm not expecting to see Roman episodes. But, yeah, I think that we are going to be digging maybe into Jacob and the Usos. And we're maybe going to look at that relationship, which I'm totally down for because I think there's lots that you can get out of that. I think Jacob and the Usos is going to be very interesting because we know that Jay has sort of been gloating, which makes Jay really unlikable. I mean, you just want to punch him in the face, especially because he's been in that situation. He's kind of stood up to Roman and fallen short. And you would think that he would remember that. And you would think that his character would sort of have some sympathy, like, listen, I've been there, yeah? I've been there, Oos. Like, I understand. You felt like you had to do what you had to do, but trust us, it works better this way. Rather than being like, ha, laughing at Jacob. Yeah, Jay coming across quite unlikable. So I think it'd be interesting to dig into that. If Roman isn't around this week, and he's certainly not on the preview, and I seem to remember this being a week that he's having off, then I think that that could be something worth looking at. Just how is that relationship between Jacob and the Usos? And yeah, do we get something from the MFTs? I mean, maybe they do strike. Roman comes back next week, you know. But I don't know where we would be with Royce Keys, because Royce Keys didn't join the MFTs on Friday. But Solo did go up to him and say, listen, stop being difficult. It feels like Royce is going to join. I mean, Solo keeps going on and on and on, and he is not letting this go. And he made some points, actually, that made Royce think, didn't he? It's like, did you see how Roman made your boy Jacob, like, kneel down before him? It's like he's given Royce reasons to hate Jacob. And, you know, he's also saying, did Jacob call you? Has anyone called you? Has anyone been in touch with you recently? Or are you just on your own? You know, you're showing this loyalty to people, but are they showing it back? And he's trying to bring him in, isn't he? I think that he will go in eventually. And it's funny, isn't it? Because I mean, I don't know if we're starting the build for War Games already, but this is the kind of thing that I could see us, you know, get into a War Games with. But that's all the way to the end of November. I mean, are we gonna do Roman, Bloodline, MFTs for the rest of the year? Culminating at War Games. Don't know. Have people got the appetite for that? I'm not sure I do. Although what I would say is, even though we've done this before, and even though I see a lot of people going, I don't want this. This is not what I'm looking for. This does feel like a different MFT group. I mean, there's no Tonga Lower. There's no JC. I don't think either of those really brought much to the table. I thought Jeff Cobb was going to be really good when he joined, and I can't quite tell why it didn't work. I think he was just a background player, and maybe he could have been more, but we just didn't allow it. But either way, I don't think that character-wise, I don't think it's big losses. So Tama, they've done a bit of building. Talla, they're doing a bit of building now. Royce Keys, they've done a bit of building. I mean, them with Solo, that it feels like a better group, to be honest. I feel a bit better about this version of the MFT group than I did the previous version. I still think going toe-to-toe with Jacob, Usos, and Roman is a big ask. I mean, Solo is not Roman. He's not even a level down. He's like several levels down. I mean, Talla, and Royce taking on Jimmy J and Jacob. That doesn't actually feel too bad, to be honest with you. If I think of Jimmy J and Jacob standing opposite Royce, Talla, and Tama, I sort of feel like it's not too much in that. I think I would be leaning Jacob and the Usos, of course, because I think that Tama and Talla against the Usos is actually a really good match. That would be interesting. But I think the Usos should get it. They are arguably the greatest tag team in WWE history, if not certainly top 5. So Usos against Tama and Talla, interesting match. But I'd lean Usos. And I think I'd lean Jacob over Royce. But there's not much in it. There's probably not much in it between Royce and Jacob. And there's probably not much in it with Tama and Talla against Usos. So actually those, it don't feel like there's too much in it. Massive difference between Roman and Solo. That's where it falls down. So, I don't know. I feel a bit better about this version of the MFT group. I don't mind seeing a little summit, but I don't really have an appetite to go all the way through to War Games if that's the plan. And I don't know that that's the plan. It could just be a little summit over the summer, over the next couple of months. Jackal said, Daze, through the years of Monday Night Raw's history of existence, what was your favourite stage setup? Hope you're doing well. Jackal, shout out to you, buds. I think it's really boring, but like I think Raw is War with the sort of metal, you know, the kind of first Titantron that we got. I think that was pretty mind-blowing at the time. It's kind of hard to go back to that time period to remember how you felt when you saw that, but it was very, very impressive at the time. I mean, you got to remember that sort of before that we had a little screen and it was like TVs joined together to make like a screen, and you know, we had the people sort of walking out through that Raw sign kind of in 95, 96-ish. But when we start getting like, you know, the ramp and the Titantron and everything, I mean, it was a big advancement. And you know, there's been play sets and stuff that have been made of all of that. Like it's seen as like a big step forwards with presentation, having that Titantron. And of course, you know, as we get like further into stuff on the SmackDown side, you end up getting the Fist. But I mean, for me, like the Titantron was like, yeah, that was a big change. That was a big evolution. So I remember that being a very exciting time, and just that time period in general was obviously quite exciting. So I think it all kind of worked together. That to me, I was not a massive fan of the one that was curved from just before we went into lockdown. There was one that was all screen. It wasn't very tall, and it kind of curved down. That was a bit strange. That's one of my least favourite ones. I think what we do right now is very bland, very safe, very uninspired, kind of reflects the booking. I don't hate this because there's not really much to hate. And I do understand the argument for this current version, because this current version is obviously, it's about getting as many people in as possible. Triple H has said he wants it low, and he doesn't want the stage to be that big because he wants to get as many people in the arena as possible. And you kind of go, yeah, that makes sense. I get that. I don't know if that kind of works now, though, because I think attendance is down due to ticket pricing and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah, the current one, people are, like, down on. I do understand the reasoning, but I think you've got to go back to that for me. I think that's probably my favourite setup, or that's the one that kind of had the biggest impact at the time when I first saw it. But I do like, that sort of new generation, early 90s phase, because that's what I grew up with. That's when I first got into WWE. So, Jackal, you have to let me know what's yours, buds. As we are just about to get ready for Raw. We're only 5 minutes away. 5 minutes away. And then we will be underway with this week's episode of Raw. As we said, it's weird. It's weird that it's early. There's going to be a lot of people that are not going to be able to join us. A lot of people in America that are still going to be at work and at school. And, it's... I'm not a massive fan. I'd much rather get back to our usual kind of scheduling. But, hey-ho, this is the last one for a little bit. We do come back over and do some stuff in London. But, then we are back to normal pretty much. Okay, let's get this set up. I just need to go to Raw. There it is. Word Life Cena fan said, do we think JC should get the US title before the Women's Championship? Yes, I do. I'm just not a fan of like racing everyone to titles, and I think someone like JC, it'd be good for her to have a run with that sort of mid-card belt. I just think it brings credibility as well. If you've got someone that's been mid-card champ first, before they get to a world title, they just feel a little bit more credible because they've worked their way up the mountain. They haven't took a shortcut. They've kind of, proven that they belong. So, yeah, I would personally. But I suppose part of the problem is we're struggling a little bit when it comes to heels, because we ain't got loads. And there's a few of them that are in the women's tag division, like Nia and Lash, for example. We had Asuka in there, and she's obviously not around. So I don't know really who Rhea has got to feud with that's credible. And so it might be that we've got a rush with Blake and we've got a rush with JC, because we're struggling in that regards. I mean, why we don't just do a flipping draft? I mean, we haven't done a draft in a while, and I do think that not doing a draft has really hurt, because it does feel like we need one. It does feel like, we are struggling when it comes to certainly the women's divisions. Vikings Wolf said, what do we think about the UFC card this weekend? I like the fact it's only 7 matches. Personally, not a big fan of, going 11 and 12. I know you don't have to watch everything, but when we do it, we do the early prelims as well. So you could make the argument, well, no one's making you. You don't have to, but I don't know, if we're doing it, we do it. So I kind of like the fact it's 7. It means that, you can really just dial into those matches. They're all big matches. And, I sort of like that. I think the card is, obviously it's good. I don't know. I don't know about the... I think people were hoping it would be stronger. I saw a lot of criticism. It's kind of like, it's a shame John Jones isn't on. John Jones is arguably the GOAT when it comes to MMA. He's American. This is at the White House. He desperately wanted to be on it. Dana White has said no. It is what it is. But you kind of look at stuff like that and you go, that's a shame. Maybe Connor not being on is a shame. Perhaps it's a shame they didn't bring Ronda back for a one-off thing. I get what UFC are doing. They just want to present the best. And they just want to, present, like, the champions and the challengers and all of that. But this is obviously very special. I think they could have done a real celebration here of America and MMA and UFC. they're never going to do this again. Or at least, you know, that's what Dana's saying. This is very much a one-off. I can't imagine any other president's going to allow them to do this again. And because of it being such a big birthday for America, I think a lot of people felt like this should have gone bigger, should have been special. John Jones, Ronda Rousey, maybe even Brock Lesnar, but I doubt that Brock could have done it because of the diverticulitis. But, you know, if he could... that could have been interesting, but yeah, I think the card's fine. It's a good card, but I saw a lot of criticism for it when it got announced. But yeah, it'll be good. We'll be doing that on Saturday. I've already got the thumbnail sorted. I did that yesterday. Got the thumbnail sorted, but I just haven't got the stream set up yet. How are you? Said Radiated Zombie. I'm looking forward to Raw. Same. Yeah, it's about to start. We are literally just seconds away. So Raw is going to begin very, very soon. We spoke about this show. It looks like a good show. Looking forward to this show. So should be, I think 2.5 hours works better than 3. And, you know, of everything that's previewed, it all looks good. 2 championship matches. Women's Intercontinental, men's Intercontinental, a couple of qualifiers, Oba Femi segments. Should be good. Jackal, shout out to you. Said 2006, when the stage was all metal with a tiny screen above, you could walk out from Gorilla from the left or right and then walk out the walkway. Jackal, shout out to you. That's your favourite. Appreciate the support, buds. Okay, we are going straight over to it. We are in France. We are in Paris. We are at... look at this. You know what the French fans are like. We haven't actually spoke about it, but this should be unhinged. Oh, look at that. So we've got like red, white, and blue being held up. Monday Night Paris. Okay, here's Penta. Penta taking on Rey Mysterio. It's Kaz, hello. Said this crowd is going to be fire. Oh, you know it. You know it. Absolutely. Guys, look at this. The news that everyone has been waiting for. Finally. Everyone has been talking about it. Zilla Fatu attended the Performance Center today, and there has been interest in him as of late. So there we go. Finally, all you Zilla heads have got something to actually get excited about, rather than him just putting out teases. Zilla could be on his way. Okay. That coming from PW Insider just a couple of minutes ago. Okay, so they're just showing us last week with Oba advancing. Bum, ba, ba, dum, ba, ba, dum, ba, ba, dum. And there's EO advancing. Okay, it's just video packages at the moment. I think we're all waiting for France to have that WrestleMania that they deserve. Tonight should be spicy. How are you, Sebony? Oh, I'm good. I hope you're well. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm looking forward to this show. Obviously, we're in France, so it's going to be a red hot crowd. But yeah, I'm doing good. I'm feeling ready. So we're just going through video packages at the moment. So they're just bringing people up to speed with the King and Queen of the Ring tournament. They're just showing Oba qualifying, Dominic qualifying, Io qualifying, and Raquel qualifying. Okay, how are we opening this show then? We're done with that video package. How are we opening the show? Monday Night Paris. Fans making noise. Okay, we're starting with Oba. Okay, Oba is making his way out. He's obviously going to have plenty to say. He's through to the next rounds. He'll be taking on Dominic. Loud Oba chants from the French fans. Loud Oba chants. I mean, you're always going to get this sort of reaction in France. To be honest, it's not even surprising. It would have been surprising if they were quiet. But it's loud, it's thunderous as Oba Femi makes his way down to the ring. And they're actually doing... they're showing him walking, and they're also showing at the same time the crowd doing the Oba strut. They're doing that sort of split cam, which is good. Just continues to get it over if you have never been exposed to Oba Femi before. Okay, Oba getting in the ring. Let's see what's... loud cheer. Let's see what Oba's got to say. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, the fans go back to chant him. I think, is that person dressed as a carrot or something? There's a dude that's dressed in some sort of orange onesie thing. It looks like a carrot. I don't know why he'd be dressed as a carrot. I think it is a carrot. Okay, Oba in the ring, looking around. This is where I would like the... Yeah, cut them off. Good. That's exactly what I was thinking. Let's get to this. That was good. We have things to attend to. Thank you, Oba. Thank you. Dak said, moving on, everyone. Be safe. Daze, good luck. Dak, shout out to you. Okay, that sparks Oba chants again. Okay. Smile on Oba's face. He appreciates it. There's so much we have to touch on. Heyman doesn't believe in predictions. He believes in spoilers. Oba said he's going to run through everyone in King of the Ring. Okay. It's a good promo. I mean, he's a good promo. He delivers it. He doesn't. I mean, this crowd could throw a lot of people off, you know. But he is the one that's in complete control. Telling them, oh, I really appreciate it, but we've got stuff to get to. They then shut up when he says that. And then his delivery is just... It's bang on point, isn't it? You believe every word that he says. Okay. He said he's got one trophy he's yet to collect, and that is the head of Brock Lesnar. He calls Brock a big, bad beep. They love that word, don't they? It's like the one swear word they're allowed to use. Okay, Dominic's coming down. This is interesting. Oba says, when I see you, I'll settle the score. Here's Dominic. Melanited said, I used to watch in 4th grade and I'm in uni now. Shout out to you. Yeah, I mean, it does grab you when you're young. And I think the great thing about wrestling is it's so easy to consume. It's so easy to watch that you can just easily just slip back in whenever. Come back to it whenever. Enjoy it whenever, go away, come back again. It's just like an old friend. So good to hear that you're still watching. I know a lot of people have been struggling this year, but there is some good stuff that's going down in WWE at the moment. Loud Oba chants again as Dominic comes out on his own, calling Oba a rookie. It's a very interesting presentation, this, for Dominic, because shouldn't he be, like, nervous, worried? That's the kind of response I would have expected from him. But he's not bothered in the slightest. How long have you been here for, rookie? I am the king of the luchadores. Dominic said he's going to be king of the ring. He's a 20-year veteran, said Lone Star Friend. 20-year veteran. I mean, he was at SummerSlam back in the day. Respect the stash? Is that going to be a catchphrase? Is that going to be on a shirt? Respect the stash. Well, it was a plan. It wasn't a good plan. But JD from behind with a chair. Oh my God, that was great. That was great. JD with the chair again, and Oba just punches it. It goes into JD. A 619 there by Dominic. That was good. That was really good. I like that chair spot. Dominic gets thrown there by Oba. Dominic in a lot of trouble here. Oh. JD making the save. So JD and Dominic had a plan. It wasn't a good plan. Love that punching of the chair there by Oba as Dominic was as JD was going for another chair shot. You've messed up tonight, says Oba. Next week. Next week, I'll introduce you to your daddy. Rey Mysterio's your father, and next week, I'll introduce you to your daddy. Fans burst out into Oba chants again. It was great. Had everything, didn't it? That was great. It was a solid open, that. It's not mind-blowing. It's not something that has changed the landscape or necessarily set anything up, but, you know, it gave the fans something to get their teeth into. The energy was there. Fans had a great time. That came across. Dominic had a plan. It backfired. Yeah, it was fun. Not down on that. Okay, we've got the French commentary team just saying a few words. Still got Oba chants ringing through the air. There was good segments, says Paul. TJF said we need an Oba sticker. Oba's new shirt, I'm your daddy, said Word Live Cena fan. Okay, last week we're just looking at what went down in Seth and Braun. That, of course, was our main event last week. It was a big main event. Yeah, I forgot about that. Heyman going into the Timekeepers area. It was good. Seth Rollins getting the win. I saw there was a few people disappointed and upset that it wasn't a win for Bron Breakker, but I honestly don't mind this result. Okay, we're backstage with Seth, because we could be heading to Seth Roman at SummerSlam. It could be that Seth wins King of the Ring, and I don't know that a loss against Bron Breakker would help with the momentum. And are we done with the Vision? The fans are singing Seth's song. Welcome to Monday Night Rollins. So Seth says the Vision is in the past. Okay, he wants to take back the title that he's never lost. I've got a date somewhere down the line with Roman Reigns. That's Sparks OTC chance. I've got a date. I think we know. Listen, Seth Roman. I'm here for Seth Roman. I'm here for it. You're holding on to a title that doesn't belong to you. Freaking Rollins. I mean, that honestly could be the thumbnail, couldn't it? I feel like that could be the thumbnail. Seth saying, like, I've got a date with Roman down the road. I mean, they're teasing it. I mean, they're going to do it. The rumor is, though, it's either SummerSlam or WrestleMania. It might not be SummerSlam. It could be misdirection. I mean, it could be that Bron Breakker attacks Seth. I hope not. I'm sort of done with Vision and Seth for the time being. As I said, I think I'd like them to go away, bring in some new members, regroup. The Vision's been through a lot of turmoil. So, yeah, I'd probably want to... I'd like to do Roman Seth. I'd like to do Roman Seth at SummerSlam. Oba Brock at SummerSlam. And I'd like to do Rock Roman at WrestleMania. I don't know when we get to Roman Oba. I mean, perhaps that's something we end up doing at Survivor Series to make Survivor Series a bigger show. Not sure. That's a little bit tricky to figure out when we can squeeze that in. If we're not going to do Oba at SummerSlam with Roman. Survivor Series needs to feel like a big show, and that's the kind of match that could help do it. So I'm not down on that. Alexa's made her way down. So next up, we've got the women's match. So this looks good. This is Alexa versus Becky versus Chelsea versus Liv. So this could be really interesting. Why is Liv in this match? Is she in this match because Stephanie's going to take her out? Is she in this match because she's going to go through to face Raquel? What is going down? No more new members of the It's already gone on too long, says James. That's a Mania match, said Ampy Ballin. Toby said, always want Roman Seth Mania main event, but I don't think that happens now. They are two of the dark era, probably Slam, and that's fine, says Toby. Ellis Dub says, Seth Roman at SummerSlam feels like a foregone conclusion. It falls under the same 20 miles an hour uninspired booking umbrella that we've been seeing. It doesn't move me all that much, if I'm being completely honest, said Ellis Dub. Ellis Dub, hello. Hope you're doing well. Trini said, I hate that Liv is winning simply because a certain prince thinks she's pretty, says Trini. Flame Fist said the referee is corrupt Jess Carr. James said, in my opinion, the champ shouldn't be in this tournament. I agree. I don't think she should be in this tournament, but it does make me question as to why she's in this tournament, because historically WWE have not been putting the champions in these sorts of matches, so there's a reason. There must be a reason. I can't believe she's just going to be in this match and lose, and that's it. Like, there must have been a reason why she was included here. Here's Chelsea. Radiated Zombie said, unless we have Seth beat Roman at SummerSlam, do CM Punk Seth again at Mania, said Radiated. If Steph's music hits, it'll be amazing, said Jesse. Alex said, I'm interested in Roman Seth. I'm not thoroughly invested unless it's WrestleMania program. That's the only stage that I think is big enough for them to face off at this point. Wrestling Fan Brack said, is Liv going to lose her championship? Not if she loses this match. The belt's not on the line in this match. Louise said, I think Penta is going to beat Rey. I agree. Zayden said, Oba wins King of the Ring. LA Knight wins Money in the Bank. Bron Breakker wins the Royal Rumble next year. Hello, Suzanne. Hope you're doing well. Ampy Ballin said there has to be a purpose. Is Liv going to lose her championship, said Wrestling Fan Brax. Yeah, no, not in this match. Her belt's not on the line in this match. Oh my God. Chelsea ain't leaving too much to the imagination with that ring gear, is she? Does she know how short that is? Does Chelsea know how short that ring gear is? I'm not even sure that's PG. Okay, here's Becky. Becky comes out. Great to see Chelsea, said who that's saying. We're seeing all of Chelsea. I think we're seeing more of Chelsea than Matt Cardona has. Becky making her way down to the ring. Matt's a lucky man. said Cathal. Chelsea is serving all the pervs. Well, it's basically this community. Chelsea is serving this community. Okay, Becky getting in the ring then. So Chelsea in the ring, Alexa in the ring, Becky in the ring. We're just waiting. For Liv. Okay, Becky getting a nice pop. And here's Liv. Team Perv approved, said Mayor Pete's. Oh, it is that trouble song. Okay, Liv making her way down to the ring. Okay, Liv gets in the ring. This theme song. Sign in the crowd says, "Happy birthday, Liv." Daze, you are toxic, said Asgard's. Dean said, unpopular opinion, especially in this community, but I can't stand Liv. Her laugh drives me nuts. She's mid-card at best and she annoys me. Elistub said, the Disney Channel original ass song. I wish Liv was a more serious person. I cringe so much. Okay, here we go then. We are underway with match number 1 as Liv rolls out the ring. We got Becky and Chelsea acting like they're going to work together. Oh, nearly a manhandle slam, but no joy. Are the fans chanting happy birthday? I find it really strange that people would be chanting happy birthday to like this heel, you know? I can't imagine we would have done that to the Iron Sheik back in the day. Roll through there by Chelsea, goes up to the outside. Shot coming in there by Becky. Down goes Alexa. Knee coming in there by Alexa. Drop kick. Becky goes down. Liv staying on the outside. Alexa in control. Against the ropes. Ooh. Okay. Alexa moves out the way. Alexa on the outside. Jumps over the top. Becky goes under the bottom rope. Ends up taking out, I think that was Liv, wasn't it? Cannonball to the outside there by Liv. Chelsea is climbing up. Chelsea with a crossbody. Down goes Liv. Down goes Alexa. That's probably going to be the spot that takes us to commercial break. Oh, wow. Chelsea going hard into that ring post. Becky looking out at the crowd. I think we'll stay with the action, won't we? I think we'll stay with it. Dean said, I want to see Alexa on top again. But we know it's going to be Becky with shenanigans or Liv with cheating to win. Not seeing too much Liv and Alexa, says Ampy Ballin. Ellis Stubb said, I've been feeling a bit down on Liv's presentation for a while. Alexa in the ring, Becky on the outsides. TJF said today's Tatanka's birthday as well. Well, that's who the crowd should be wishing happy birthday. If we're going to do a banner and sing happy birthday to anyone, it should be Tatanka. Becky getting in the face there of Jess. I'm just trying to do my job, Ref Jess said to Becky there. So already these two kind of get in each other's faces. Forearm shot there by Becky. Alexa, Bexploder. Okay, going for the cover to Alexa kicks out. Alexa kicks out, and once again, Becky getting in the face of Ref Jess. Shame they're doing this during commercial break. I don't know if you lot have got picture-in-picture, but twice now Becky has been getting in the face of Ref Jess. A lot of people want to see a feud between those two, want to see Ref Jess actually stepping in the ring. Becky right now with Alexa. Becky going back into the corner. Alexa charging over. Alexa in the corner. Oh, no joy. To the outside goes Becky. Ronnie said, do we think that WWE leans too much on I was a champion who never lost my title? Oh, what, like Seth, you mean? Well, no, I mean, I think if you're a wrestler and that you didn't lose your belt like Seth didn't, then I think it's fine for you to mention it. You could make the argument it'd be a bit strange if you didn't. You know, that's my belt. I never lost it. I think that's perfectly fine for Seth to mention that. Right now, we've got Chelsea. She's going for a ride. Suplex. 3 amigos here by Liv. There was 1 amigo. There was 2 amigos. And Liv going for the 3rd amigo. But a kick to the back there by Alexa. Liv didn't really sell that very well. She got kicked in the back, and instead of reacting, she went, who's that? She sort of looked behind her and went, who's that? And then she went, oh, yeah. Right now we got Alexa and Chelsea delivering a double German suplex there, just as we're coming back from commercial break. This match did not slow during commercial break. Normally we see matches like really slowing down. We didn't actually see that here. This match kept a good pace during the commercial break. It's been good. I mean, I ain't got no criticism for this match. Shoulder tackles there by Alexa. Drop kick there by Alexa as Becky goes down. Dragon screw to Liv. It's Alexa who's in control at the moment. Chelsea coming over, smashing Becky and Liv down. Alexa cannonballing over. Okay. We got Chelsea and Alexa sort of working together here momentarily. Chop kick there by Alexa as Liv... Oh, Chelsea turns on Alexa. Chelsea running over, double knees into Liv in the one corner, colliding in the other corner as well. Liv moves out the way. Liv collides into Chelsea, roll through. Becky goes into Chelsea. Liv collides into Becky and Chelsea. Shots coming in there by Alexa into a drop kick. Liv goes down. It's good action, good pace. Looking for a manhandle there by Becky. Back elbows coming in there by Alexa. Alexa over against the ropes. Becky in the middle. Missile drop kick coming in there by Chelsea. Chelsea on her knees as we've got DDT there by Alexa. Look nice. Going for the cover to kick out there by Chelsea. Chelsea getting the shoulder up. Charlotte won't turn because it took her whole career to get to being a babyface. It wouldn't make sense, said Trini. Flame Fist said, I like how the camera started from up the ramp and went to the ring. Right now we've got shot coming in there by Becky as we've got Alexa in the corner. Okay. We've ended the poll for that opening segment. You lot enjoyed it. I mean, it always helps if you can get a great score for your opening. And that's exactly what we've got there with great 66. Right now, so really good. I'd imagine this is probably going to get a great rating as well, or at very least high-end good so far. It's not really too much here that has looked sloppy or off. Powerbomb there by Liv. Going for a cover, and Alexa makes the save. Alexa going for the pin. 1, 2, and Becky makes the save. So Chelsea, Alexa, Becky, Liv doing good work at the moment. Right now, all 4 women are down. Daze, if it was the Iron Sheik's birthday, I would say happy birthday, said Benito. Well, Benito, he would not care. He would still call you a jabroni. Kick to the midsection there by Becky. Are we streaming again for the normal time? There is no normal time, buds. It's shown live around the world. So there is no later stream that we can do, to be honest. With SmackDown, we always do it later because it's shown later on USA Network, but it's not shown later anywhere. It's just live around the world right now. Against the ropes goes Alexa. Okay, here's Liv looking for Oblivion. Couldn't get it. That's nicely, actually, into her Sister Abigail. That was nice. I like that Oblivion into her Sister Abigail. 1, 2. Becky makes the save. Becky with Alexa. Drives her down with a manhandle. 1. No, Chelsea coming in. Chelsea looking for the unpretty hurt. Bang. Gets it. Goes for the pin. Liv makes the save. 1, 2 into a pin. Liv gets it. Liv gets it. Liv goes through to the next round. So this is why Liv was in the tournament. Because they wanted her to progress. Are we going to get a Liv Raquel final? That's the question for me. We know Raquel Io is on the other side. And now Liv progresses on this side of the bracket. Good match. Good match. Well paced. But obviously the big talking point is Liv victorious. That's nonsense, said Jesse. Jesse's not happy. Jesse's kicking off. Guys, it's kicking off. It's kicking off in the chat right now. The first comment I saw was the word nonsense. Alex said it's nonsense as well. Alex is kicking off. We've got riots. I told you Liv would win, said William. Even on my podcast yesterday, because I'm really smart. You should all listen to me more. William, hope you're doing well, bud. There's Becky again, looking all sad. I'm the greatest women's world champion of all time, says Liv. Liv can still lose that women's championship before Night of Champions, though, says David. She could do. I don't know if she's defending before, but yeah, they could give her a title match next week or something. Okay, we're just hearing about AAA. Triple Mania. They're really promoting that. That's flipping September. Oh, we got more Lucha news to get to. Lucha news. Dun 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 dun. Okay, we just got a video package right now for Rey Mysterio. He's going to be taking on Penta. Bless me. Right. Rey, Penta. We got a really nice Rey package. So we got a Rey Mysterio video package. He gets his opportunity for that IC championship tonight. Rey said he hasn't seen someone rise to the top as fast as what Penta has. Whilst this video package is playing out, just a reminder that on Friday we've got the final first round match for the women. So it's Raquel Io in the semi-final, and it is Liv against either Sol Ruca, Lyra Valkyria, Jade Cargill, or Charlotte Flair. Who is that going to be? Feels like it should be a babyface because of it being Liv, who's a heel. So that would rule out Jade for me. That means it comes down to Sol Ruca, Lyra, or Charlotte. Sol Ruca, Lyra, or Charlotte. Well, I don't think Sol Ruca needs it because she's already Intercontinental Champion. So I don't think she needs the win. So I think for me it comes down to Lyra or Charlotte. I think I'd lean Lyra just because I don't think Charlotte needs it. I feel sorry for Lyra. She's young. She's just constantly backstage with Bayley, who's stuck in this tag team. Oh, there's Chads. There's Chads. This could be good. Penta, you've got an important match. I spoke to your brother. I've done a lot that I'm ashamed of. Yeah, it did. It all started because I lost to you in your debut match. I didn't take that loss like a man. I'm here to look you in the eye and say I'm sorry. I respect you. Oh. If you want to do right by Lucha Libre, you know who you need to talk to. That's got to be Rey. If you want to do right by Lucha Libre, you know who you need to talk to. I'm guessing he's going to go to Rey. That would be my guess. Right, we're going to commercial break. Normally they do an interview at this time, so I'm just kind of keeping an eye. We do have Byron Saxton. We'll keep an eye and see who he's going to talk to. TJF, oh, he's speaking to Ethan Page. That's who he's speaking to. TJF said, my prediction, Liv versus Raquel will be the final. I think that Seth Balor, Seth Dom final. Roxy wins Money in the Bank in October. Penta might get screwed, said Ant B. Ballin. David said, is Chad going to apologise to Otis, to Zawa, Maxine, said Davids. Well, I don't know that that's necessarily doing right by Lucha Libre. Penta said, if you want to do right by Lucha Libre, you know what you need to do. You know who you need to speak to. Well, I think, you know, Rey is seen as being like the GOAT of certainly the current crop of Lucha Libre. For many people is like the GOAT, the greatest of all time. But I think as of right now, I mean, there's not a bigger mass star than Rey Mysterio, in my opinion. Everyone looks up to him, so I'm thinking it's him. Daze, WWE should sell replicas of those King and Queen crowns. They could, yeah. I'm sure that they would sell, and people would be happy to buy them. Benito said, I gotta say that the William, Dave, 2 Pervs 1 podcast has been good and might give the WEP a run for its money. Oh, I don't think that's hard. I don't doubt that for a second. I think they're very, very different podcasts. So I think you can enjoy both. But yeah, very good. I definitely would recommend people check out William's podcast on a Sunday with Dave. Radiated Zombie said Gable could cost Mysterio tonight. Go back to the match that we were supposed to get at Mania last year, which was El Grande and Rey when he got injured. Everyone knows the famous Luchador La Maxina Americana, said Steve. I think the Penta Rey should be fun and fantastic. I do think Penta wins, though, said Connor. I agree, buds. I agree. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, we're going back to the show after this commercial. So, breaking news. Wow. So we're going back to Atlanta. We're going to do Sunday night's main event. But I didn't... When did they... They didn't give a date, did they? Did they say a date? Sunday night's main event. Did they say September? Oh, here's Montez. Sunday night main event. Montez says, good luck out there tonight to Seth. Okay, here's Jay. Jimmy. Jacob. Jacob's here. Just in the background. Jay tells Seth to be real careful. We've got loud Fatu chants. Fatu's just sort of pacing in the background. It's a good segment. Jacob pacing in the background. I mean, he's not settled, is he? I wasn't talking about the family. I'm not mad at you, boys, but I am disappointed. I thought you was better than this. Perhaps the best it'll ever be for you is just being bag boys for Roman. Here's Jacob. Jacob just walks away. Okay. Yeah, these are good. I like these backstage segments. It's good. I mean, I think when we came out of WrestleMania, we kind of rushed quite quickly into the Jacob Roman program. I think once we got over the fact that it was a bit thrown together and there was a few questions that hadn't been answered, once we actually got into it, you know, and now where we are with, like, Jacob being neutered, you know, he's kind of in this bloodline, but I mean, obviously this was not the plan. I think it's good. Got a lot that we can get our teeth into. I mean, we even just had like Jacob stepping up to Seth there. There was a little stare down between them and that looked good. Robbie said everyone's been acting like Roman has been cheating to win matches since he returned and he hasn't. Jesse said, used to be Solo as the attack dog. Jacob might not want to be the enforcer. Yeah, I mean, he didn't look... He's not comfortable, is he? He's not comfortable. But there was a nice moment there where... there is just that brief moment where Jacob steps up to Seth. I mean, Seth Jacob, I'm definitely here for. Okay, we just got a video package as we're heading towards this Women's Intercontinental Championship. Lyra getting an opportunity. Here's Bayley. We got Lyra and Bayley backstage. Okay, Bayley just having a few words here with Lyra, getting her pumped. I believe in you, says Bayley. Okay, Lyra. Okay, so Ruca making her way down. We need a really good match here. This needs to be like midnight is high-end good. High-end good, really. Okay, that match was great 57. So women's fatal four-way, great 57. I don't think that's a bad score at all. Lyra, Soul. Daze, do we think Ethan will be a world champ? I hope so, said James. Well, I think he's definitely got a chance. Definitely got a chance. I think that he's got a great look. I think he's a very good talker. I think he's very entertaining. He's very charismatic. I think that there is definitely several ways that you could get him to a world title. He's kind of... He reminds me a bit of that sort of JBL type character. When JBL won, obviously, you know, got a load of money, came into money. And was like wearing suits, coming to the ring and, you know, kind of belittling people and putting people down. And, you know, he had money now. And I could see Ethan sort of being that way. You know, Ethan wears nice clothes, sharp suits. I could see him kind of coming down. And belittling the fans, gloating about being rich, being like even having a couple of people to sort of hide behind, you know, like a J&J security type thing. We actually had Vanity Project with him down in NXT, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, I like this. It's kind of good." A couple of youngsters to do his dirty work for him. So I think, you know, definitely look at that. I could see him coming out into the arena in a vehicle like JBL used to. Nice looking car, very expensive, high-end type vehicle. And like, you know, someone opening the door, Ethan stepping out, having some youngsters kind of doing his beating up for him, the dirty work for him. He doesn't get his hands dirty unless it's a title match type thing. Yeah, I think there is definitely something there you can get your teeth into. So, yeah, I think he's got a great chance. It's hard to say it's definitely going to happen because it's crowded, but I think he's got a great chance. Okay, here's Lyra. They said Saturday night's main event is 6th of September, which is the date that Money in the Bank was before it moved. Oh, that's interesting. Well, there we go then. Cool, Cam. Thank you. That explains why they moved it then. I heard someone doing the woos. I think it might have been Michael Cole. There he is, doing it again. Michael Cole doing the woos as Lyra comes down. Woo! Woo! Jackal said, shout out to J&J Security. They were great. They did their job really well, didn't they? They'd be great with like an Ethan Page. Okay, Lyra then is in the ring. Let's change this over. Both of these women are in the first round match on Friday. Ding, ding, ding. One, four. This could be good. I mean, we know that Sol can work really well. She's just shown, I think it's nerves. This is obviously a big match for her. Both women getting good reactions from the French crowds. Not sure what the fans are chanting, but we do have some chant on the go. Robbie said, I don't see Peacock renewing the deal for Saturday night's main event. It's not performed well since returning, which is why it was moved from NBC to Peacock. It was a 2-year deal anyway, says Robbie. Takeover by Sol. It's originally Sunday night's main event from now on. I don't know. It might just be this one. It's obviously not been Sunday night's main event. I think it's just a one-time thing. Lyra working on the arm there of Sol. Sol. Yeah, okay, that was good. Sol just sort of nods there, like, yeah, good. Corey said, we know that Sol wants to hit the Soul Snatcher, but Lyra will know that as well. Both Sol and Lyra both kipping up there. Okay, round the back goes Lyra. Sol with Lyra. Lyra lands on her feet. Has got Sol. Lyra on that middle row. Takes Sol over. Kip up there by Lyra. Step up in Zaguri, but misses. 1, 2... Kick out there by Lyra. Sol grabs Lyra's head. So every time we get a 2 count, this crowd burst into a chant. And they all start holding up too. Lyra goes into the corner, goes up and over, but they weren't quite on the same page with that. Lyra flipping over. We've got Lyra with Sol. Sol lands on her feet. X Factor. Going for a cover to kick out. And again, another 2 count. Still got Becky on screen. Oh, I forgot to... I put Lyra and I put Becky. That's the disrespect I'm showing Sol. Thanks, James. Okay, Sol against the ropes. On the shoulders there of Lyra. Lyra in the corner. Sol coming up, over to the outside, top rope. Kick, just a kick. Okay, she's setting up, taking a second. This always seems to... Okay. She gets caught on that occasion. I was going to say, she always seems to... I'm never a big fan of that spot. That spot normally is she flips over, lands, and then goes into a clothesline. But I never think that it looks very good. So I was quite interested to see her do it then, but she didn't. She got caught. That's okay. We go to commercial break. Sol is sloppy, said Jose. She needs to go to Evolve for a few years, learn how to wrestle. Well, I don't think she's necessarily put her foot wrong here. But yes, she has had her challenges on the main roster. But at the moment, she's looking okay in this match, I would say. There was just a slight miscommunication in the corner, but nothing major. 1, 2. I do still feel like when she's going to go for the Soul Snatcher, we're still going to be like, here we go. Commercial break. No one's going to do a buckshot like Hangman says, Aaron. Here we go. Against the ropes. Round the back. Lyra steps through. She's going to go for a pin there. Oh, no. Inverted Boston. It looks like she's going for the inverted Boston. Yeah, inverted Boston Crab. And she's got the arms there of Soul. Okay, nice submission hold here by Lyra during the commercial break. Lyra in control. Lyra was just sort of mocking there. She was like standing on Soul. She was like, hey, the crowd started booing. They didn't like that. They didn't like Lyra sort of disrespecting Soul. Kick out there by Soul. Jesse said Soul's doing all right. Maxine took time but improved a lot. They won't always be perfect. She's a great talent. Haters are too much. In the corner goes Soul. Almighty said, I get that she has little to no chemistry with anyone on the roster, but to say that she should go to Evolve or that she is sloppy is a bit wild. She wasn't on NXT the whole time cooking, like she wasn't on NXT the whole time cooking. So, down. Lyra's underrated, said Aaron. Jennifer said, this match isn't bad, it's just nah. Well, I mean, at the moment, they're at commercial breaks, though. We're just kind of seeing them throw each other into the corners at the moment. It's got a nice little pace to it. And obviously, they've done a few gymnastic spots. You would kind of expect that, obviously, from Sol. It's her forte. But, yeah, it's been fine. This match is fine. Sol against the ropes, picking up speed over the other side. We're back from commercial break now, so we might start to get a few fireworks. Okay, we are done with the first hour as well. Okay, Lyra down, Sol down. Forearm there by Lyra. Sol with a forearm back. These two exchanging a few blows back and forth. Sol, middle of the ring. Shot coming in there by Lyra. Throwing in some chops there and kick to the midsection. Elbow to the back there by Sol. She throws in a uppercut coming back there by Lyra. Lyra against the rope. Sol in the middle. Roll through there by Sol. Back elbow there by Sol. And again. Lyra in the corner. Sol with a German. Lyra goes down. Sol in the middle. Drop kick. Missile drop kick. Sol coming off that middle rope. Kip up. Sol charging in with a knee, going for the cover. 1, 2, kick out there by Lyra. This match needs to be over. That's just an honest opinion, said Ron Maggs. Okay, we've got Lyra down. Sol on the outsides. She's going, trying to go off the top. She gets caught there by Lyra. Lyra going up. Leg drop. Back of the heads. Okay, nice kick there by Lyra. Sol goes down. 1, 2. Kick out by Sol. So fans burst into chant again. I like how competitive this is. I mean, it should be competitive. This should not be easy for either woman. I feel like I'm watching a proper match. I mean, we've been very critical of, matches that don't mean anything. This is for the Intercontinental Championship. X Factor, no joy there. Drop kick by Lyra. Sol, middle of the ring, up on the shoulders of Lyra. Sol lands on her feet. Shot coming in. Sol going up. Sol snatcher, but Lyra did a good job of preventing it. She did well there to prevent it. Okay, right now, Sol on the shoulders of Lyra. Lyra going for the cover. 2. Oh, just kick out. Just kicking out. Fans still continuing to chant away. Lyra coming over, going for a kick. Sol moves out the way. Sol snatcher incoming. She got it. Lyra was caught in the ropes, and that's going to put Lyra away. Sol gets the win. Do you know, that's actually a really, really great way of Sol delivering the Sol Snatcher, because Lyra was caught in the ropes, so she was just like a sitting duck. It meant that Sol could hit the Sol Snatcher with confidence. Lyra was just right there. So look, she was caught in the rope. Yep. That's a good way of getting Sol to do a Sol Snatcher. Lyra in the corner looking dejected. Aaron said it was decent. Okay, moving on. They're just showing us last week with Jacob having to acknowledge Roman. It's a good segment, that was. I like this segment from last week. Last night I lost to my tribal chief. Zarya needs to get called up to push Sol through tables again. I don't need any more Zarya Sol. That feud pretty much killed my love for Sol and Zarya. We called the play and you're supposed to run it. I didn't acknowledge you. Okay, Jacob's having a right go at the Usos here. Okay, there's LA Knight. So LA Knight's going to be appearing next. Okay, so I kind of like that little backstage segment. That was good. I like digging into the whole Usos Jacob thing. And we were talking, weren't we, before we started, saying, well, we don't have Roman on this show. So actually what I would expect us to do is explore that relationship between the Usos and Jacob. And that's exactly what we've done. Ronnie said, the way I saw it, Seth is telling the truth. Jacob can't accept the truth. Usos are lapdogs. And like Seth said, I'm disappointed. Jacob knows that he's better than being Usos and Roman lapdog. Triple A said, Daze, will Roman fight and defend at Night of Champions? If yes, how would it be possible with him taking a break every week this month? He will also need to build for SummerSlam. Short feud before that. Well, I would think that he would feature at Night of Champions, and him being off this week is not a problem. He's back next week, and, someone can step up to him next week. I mean, who knows? I mean, maybe we're building LA Knight or something, but we can have someone step up to Roman next week. He takes a week off after that, and then I believe he's back after that. So he's missing this week, he's back next week, he's missing the next week, he's back the week after that. We can build someone in that time. It would probably just be a short feud thing. But he might skip it. I haven't heard any word about Roman at Night of Champions. He absolutely could skip it. We could miss it. And do Gunther Cody. I think Gunther Cody's meant to be in a couple of weeks on SmackDown, but I won't be shocked if there's shenanigans and it doesn't happen and it ends up going down at Night of Champions instead. So perhaps Roman does miss it. To be honest, it's in Saudi Arabia, and I still can't believe it's going on there. We've just had Iran chucking more missiles at Israel, and I think they might have even thrown some at Bahrain. So I don't know. It's still pretty crazy that that's still going ahead in Saudi Arabia. But yeah, actually building up like short feuds, a little thing for Night of Champions. We can do it. And then, as you said, SummerSlam would be next, and that's going to be early August. So, I mean, we've got plenty of time. Gunther against Cody against Sammy Night of Champions, a three-way, says David. Bobby said, what do we think about Mike Santana being WWE bound? Good. I like Mike Santana. Whenever he's come into NXT, he's always been this kind of ball of energy. He's always been really exciting. He's always been really good in ring. He's a big thumbs up from me. Really like Mike Santana. Knicks are 13-0 in the playoffs right now, says Brony. Okay, we are back from commercial break. We've only got like about an hour or 15 minutes to go. Okay, they're just showing a shot of the crowd again. Got all these fans there signing this big banner. We've got messages to Logan, to Rhea, to Sol Ruca. Okay, we're just seeing inside the arena. Okay, we got some drone shots inside the arena right now. As LA Knight makes his way out to the ring. Okay, LA Knight next. Now, I don't think it's wrestling, so I'm not quite sure what we're going to be get in here. Fans are chanting for LA Knight as he makes his way down to the ring. Connor said, didn't we hear on SmackDown, Nick Aldis said to Cody that Gunther's got a stipulation for their rematch. Yeah, that's this week. And then the match goes down, I believe, the week after. Robbie said, I missed when they used to bring NXT with them. I can't see NXT going abroad again, said Robbie. Did you see that Ericsson collapsed again? I did, yeah. Good to hear that he's doing well, though. Big Time said, Soul Lyra was underwhelming. It felt like the chemistry was off. Soul seemed lost with spots, and Lyra did her best to navigate the match. I don't get why Soul is sporting jeans. Here's LA Knight in the ring. Steve said, I expect we're going to have Jay LA Knight confrontation. Okay, the microphone was thrown in and it went down on the ground. It gets thrown back in again. This time LA Knight catches it. Didn't love the fact that that one got dropped the first time. I did like what Corey said there. He said that's on the quarterback, not the wide receiver. Like, that's the fault of the person throwing it, not catching it. Okay, LA Knight in the ring then with his microphone in his hands. Crowd chanting away. Here's LA Knight. Big spot this for him, actually. Let me talk to you. Okay, he's talking about SmackDown. Good crowds. I mean, they're still right there. It's one thing for them to be loud, making noise, but the stamina is very impressive. They're just as loud, just as engaged as they were at the start. Okay. OTC chants. OTC chants. I'm not mad at you for chanting that, said LA Knight. Roman has pulled the wool over your eyes. Roman is keeping us in a bloodline vortex. He's trying to hold on to that power. Unlike you, I don't take orders from Roman Reigns, says LA Knight. Okay. He is still going on about Bloodline here, which we knew that he would. But people have asked the question, why is he so bothered? The point that LA Knight's making is, if I go and face Roman, you know all the other members are coming down and getting involved. He's having a pop at Adam Pearce now. So he says there's a big difference with the way that Adam Pearce speaks to Roman compared to the way that he speaks to me. LA Knight knows that he can be relevant without talking about the bloodline, knows that he can't be relevant without talking about the bloodline. Well, I mean, they're clearly getting him to that match. I mean, Roman LA Knight feels like it's happening. It does feel like that's the match we're going to be getting. But I think it's interesting he keeps talking about Adam Pearce. I mean, I'm not sure that's a match we're getting, so... Adam Pearce is a sellout, said Ronnie. Connor said, LA Knight, please stop talking about the bloodline. LA's promo is taking longer than convenient. Convent? Don't know what that is. Okay, Jay's coming out, which is no great surprise. Jay making his way out after LA Knight did kind of go on for a little bit there. Talking about how we're in a bloodline vortex, talking about how the whole family's going to come and help Roman when it's time to do the match. Okay, Jay making his way down to the ring. LA Knight Roman Clash of Champions, said David's. Night of Champions. Well, there's definitely... the seeds have been planted, haven't they? And I do find myself wondering if this is where we're going to go as like a... I mean, LA Knight wouldn't win. But is that where we're heading? Are we going there as like a one-off match? Before we get to something more significant at SummerSlam? LA Knight, all due respect, stop whining about the bloodline, said Lux. Jay has also been a bit whiny lately, said Miss Clown. Crowd going crazy for Jay, by the way. No great surprise. Main event, Jey Uso is now in your city. Okay, we've got just about an hour or so left of this episode. This is a tricky one. I just don't really find that I care about this story. They want to run it back now. Well, there we go. The fans want it. The fans did want it. The fans did want it. Yeah, LA Knight interrupts. He says, you can't possibly expect me to stand here. Booze for LA Knight. Whenever my family calls for me, I'm going to answer that call. I'm still the arena shaker. This is your warning shot. I'm going to show you exactly who I am. What did I don't understand. What did that achieve? Okay, hang on. No, okay, good. I'm actually not down on this because I don't know what the flip just happened. I understand this is fun to do. Man to man. I think you misunderstand me. Good luck for Friday. LA Knight says, screw your family. Jay takes his shirt off. LA Knight takes his jacket off. Jimmy's coming down to prevent this from kicking off. So this is a segment just to further tension. Well, I mean, it feels like these two are on a collision course, doesn't it? Or LA and Roman. Here's Chad's. There's Ray. Here's Chad's. Have you got a second? Okay, I'm going to end the poll for the match. I want to put up a poll for that LA Knight segment. I'm just interested to know what people thought. Dragon Lee's just bringing Chad up to speed about Lucha Libre. After watching your Mass versus Mass match, that was true Lucha Libre. Apology accepted, says Ray. You might want to look back a little bit. Look back a little bit further, because you might have said and done some stuff that you might have regretted. I wonder if he is going to go to Otis and Akira now. Okay, here's Penta. Here's Penta. I think this is a very watchable Raw, you know. Very watchable Raw. Maybe not all the stories are quite landing, like the LA Knight thing for me, I'm not sold on, but I like the Jacob backstage thing. The opening match was really fun. The Oba segment at the start was really fun. The Sol Ruca match was okay. You lot just scored that Sol Ruca Lyra match good 94. So, okay, yeah. We said it was going to have to be mid-end good, high-end good. That's really what we were looking for. I think they just about delivered. So I think it's a passing grade this week. But, yeah, I think people will be looking for more. A bit, I think there's a little bit in confidence there that's lacking. I really think there is a reason why she hits that soul snatcher on a Lyra that's caught on the ropes. Because I think that she's been missing that soul snatcher. And even the soul snatcher that she delivered to beat Becky was still, she didn't get all of it. She got it, but it was not, if you go back and watch it, it's not like, you know, it's not vintage. It's not textbook. She got it and just about got it. So I think they wanted to just get the soul snatcher, you know, and actually feel it, get it, land it in a ring, get the confidence up. I've got a feeling that's why Lyra is caught on the ropes. She's right there. Soul knows where she is. She ain't moving. She can do it. Bang. And she got it. I mean, she got it the best she's got it in ages tonight. So maybe this could be a bit of a confidence boost, and perhaps, you know, we'll see a bit better from her. So, I mean, honestly, I'm not down on that. I'm not down on the opening match. I'm not down on the Oba segment. I'm not down on this crowd. Some good backstage moments. Yeah. LA Knight thing. I mean, look, it's going somewhere. It's going somewhere. It's going to either lead to him and Jay or him and Roman. So there's clearly a reason why we were investing so much time into it. So, yeah, I'm really not down on this show. Big Time said the LA Knight segment did feel like a lot of waffle. Jay barely getting oxygen and cutting the promo after yeeting. He got through it though. I mean, we've seen times where Jay is just really struggling and can't even get the words out. But at least he was able to get through the promo and deliver the line. So I thought that was a very small dub. It's a dub, but it's a small dub. But I said, I think this goes further back. Gable basically replaced his alpha partner, Jason Jordan, and turned heel for a while. Maybe a segment with them, perhaps. I'm not envisaging it going back any further than Otis and Tozawa, to be honest. I don't think there's a need. I think that it'll probably just go back to Alpha Academy. Cameron said, who's going to win that King of the Ring qualifier? I'm thinking Keys. I can't remember who's in it. Are you talking... Because we've still got one coming up tonight, haven't we? And we've still got one coming up on Friday. So we've got a couple of King of the Ring qualifiers coming up. I do have the graphic, but I don't know if I've still got it loaded. Let me just have a look. Is it loaded? Yeah. So we have got the Seth Rollins one tonight. So on the left-hand side, it's obviously Oba against Dominic. On the right-hand side, we've got, I'm guessing it'll be our main event, Ricky, Talla, Javon, Seth. I'm thinking it's Seth. And then at the bottom on Friday, it's Jay, LA Knight, Royce Keys, Finn Balor. So don't think we haven't got to that one yet, have we? So I don't know. I mean, is it going to be a case that we're going to... I don't know if, like, LA Knight gets eliminated by Jay. Jay costs him. And then we get to LA Knight Jay at maybe Night of Champions. Or are we going to set up LA Knight to go after Roman? But then, you know, how would he warrant that? You know, I feel like you'd have to do a number one contenders match or something along those lines. I think if Seth wins, then who would be good? Any of them would be good against Seth. You could do Seth versus Jay, which would be interesting after the little moment they had backstage. You could do Seth LA Knight. I think that's unlikely because I think that Jay's going to cost LA Knight. You could do Seth Royce Keys. That could be interesting. You could do Seth Finn Balor. That would be interesting. I think Jay. I might be leaning Jay. Because of that little backstage segment we saw earlier, I might be leaning Jay. Okay, Rey is making his way down to the ring. Ronnie said Ricky went from an AEW main card to WWE mid card. What if Chad said sorry to Maxine and we get Vision versus Chad's? Could do it, yeah. I don't. Maybe Theory would be like going up to Chad, telling her to, you know, telling him to back away. The only thing is, Theory is tag champ. You could do it as a singles match. Not really looking for Theory to get into singles feuds. What with him being tag champ, I'd like him to focus on tag championship. So, don't know. That might be a bit tricky to kind of get to that. Okay, Rey has made his way down. It's Penta Rey coming up next. Alba Fire mentioned she wasn't released. Her contract expired and she didn't renew said cool cam. I think it's Seth and Knight that are winning said looks. If LA Knight is only interested in Bloodline and Roman, it looks like Roman LA Knight feud is coming or something, said Connor. I would agree with that. Well, I don't know if it'd be Roman or if it'll just be like Jay, but I mean, definitely feels like it's heading to something, of course. something more than just them facing off in that qualifier. Okay, Rey, Penta. Hopefully this can cook. Keep getting your votes in, because obviously we need to end that poll. Rey. Getting a great reaction. It is true. Every match tonight has felt important. We kind of knew that from the breakdown. This is so much better than SmackDown. Okay, fans are chanting away. Penta in there with Rey. I mean, this absolutely could be a PLE match. These two have only met a handful of times in Mexico, according to Michael Cole. Bell has sounded and we are underway. Oh, that's lovely work by Rey. Taking Penta over. Penta against the ropes. Legit, you could imagine this match going down in AAA and being like a main event of like a AAA show. AAA special. He's got Penta in position for the 619. Rey goes over the top. Penta underneath Rey. Oh my God. Already we're seeing signs that this could cut, you know. Already we're seeing signs that this could live on a AAA broadcast. Lovely work there as Penta charges over. Rey jumps up. Penta slides out. Rey off the ropes immediately. So quick. Snappy. Really good action. Rey Mysterio chants. Oh, this could be good. We need to get rid of the poll so people don't get confused. Okay, we're into the final hour as Rey goes into the ring posts. Okay, you said the LA Knight segment was good 86. So we had a really hot start. The show did dip down with Lyra sold. Not loads. Chop coming in by Penta. Yeah, landed it. Landed that chop. Rey definitely felt that. Takes him over to the ring posts. He's going to deliver another chop. Oh, he moves out the way. Oh, my God. The thuds. Rey moved on that occasion, and you could hear the noise of Penta's hand hitting that ring post. Oof. Moody, mate. Moody. Rey back in the ring then, throwing in a forearm shot. Against the ropes, round the houses into a backbreaker, tilt-a-whirl backbreaker as Rey kicks out. Daze, Sol, Ruca, Tiffany, Lash, all with next in line of shown cracks on the main roster. Seasoned talents like JC, Fallon, Roxanne haven't shown those cracks. They're big time. Right now we got Penta grabbing Rey. Remember when Rey Penta happened in Lucha Underground, said Kader. Rey gets pushed down. Bang. Nice work, going for a cover. 1, 2, kick out. Denim said, not only did we miss Penta's entrance for commercial, but now we're missing the beginning of the match. Yeah, adverts are a constant frustration. Fans chanting away. They're in fine voice. Penta in control at the moment. Okay, Rey over against the ropes. Going for another chop. Yeah, delivers another chop. Wasn't as loud that time, actually. Rey going over against the ropes. Again, the fans saying, shh. This is like a shush match. 4 or 5 times now, the fans have gone shh. So that Penta can deliver his chops. Kick coming in there by Penta as Rey goes down. Penta's just cutting a promo on the drone. That was a good shot, actually. Rey pushes Penta into the corner. Rey charges in. Rey goes up. Lovely. Kick coming in there by Penta. Top rope enziguri. Connects there by Penta. Takes the legs away from Rey. This is good. Penta up, Rey. Gets caught. Rey goes to the outside. Penta against the ropes. Over the top. Lands on Rey. It's all one-way traffic right now. Bang. Trini, shout out to you. Benito said, did you see the post of WWE using the same story with Cody and a heel like Kevin Drew Gunther now having a stipulation? Will WWE continue to get away with this? No, I didn't. I mean, if it's a post about recycled stories, I mean, that's always going to happen. That's happened throughout the history of wrestling. I mean, there's so much content that has to be provided, that has to be put in that, I don't know, doesn't really bother me if we've kind of done some of these stories before. A lot of it is just, you know, we need to get 2 people to a match. I mean, there's only so many storylines in the world. Considering WWE's been going 60 odd years, you know. Penta throwing in chop there to Rey. And again. Some Lucha Libre chants, said Davids. Against the ropes goes Rey. Underneath. Lovely. Into a DDT. That was great there by Rey. Going for the cover. 1, 2. Oh, kick out there by Penta. Lovely work. Look at that. Great stuff. Pure BDR said Rey's longevity needs to be studied. Penta on the outside. Rey coming over. Penta going up, over, looking for the power bomb. No joy. No joy. Okay. Oh, I don't think I've heard that chant. That. They love that. I heard that all the time when they did the Backlash in France, Clash in Paris. I don't think they've been singing that much here. Okay, good. Yeah, lots of fun action in this, and the fans are right there with it as well, as Rey has a look at that Intercontinental Championship. Rey getting back into the ring, trying to break the count. We've gone to commercial break again. Kick coming in there by Rey. Grabs Penta. Taking him round, going to hurl him into the ring steps. Penta into the ring steps. Corey Graves said he needs to keep his foot on the gas pedal right now. Penta back in the ring, rolling straight back out again. Radiated Zombie said, where do we think Clash will be next year? Don't know. I mean, they could do somewhere like Mexico. They seem to be investing in Mexico a lot. So, I mean, South America maybe stands a chance. They do seem to like doing it in Europe. So, I mean, it could be back in Europe again, couldn't it? Could do Clash in Ireland, which would be fantastic. Penta has got Rey up. Just picking him up one-handed there momentarily. Rey goes into the edge of the ring. Where do you... Oh, we answered that. Clash in Tokyo, said Word Live Cena fan. Clash of the UK, said Davids. This is such a good match, said Round 1. Clothesline there by Penta. Rey goes down. We're back from commercials in 40-odd seconds. Who's going to retire, Rey, said Wrestling Little Rye. I think Dominic stands a chance. Gunther stands a chance. Another lucha door maybe stands a chance as well. Chop coming in. I would think Rey would probably want to go out to Dominic if he could choose. And I'm sure he will be allowed to choose. And I'd imagine Rey will take the mask off maybe at that point. Kick coming in. Imagine that. Imagine if Dominic started coming down to the ring wearing a Rey Mysterio mask. Ooh. After retiring him and unmasking him. Yeah, looking for... Okay, we're coming back from commercial break. Looked like Penta was going for a Penta driver. Back elbows coming in there by Rey. Clash at the White House, said it's Kaz. Let's go. Bang. Knowing WWE, it'll be Clash in Iran. Shoulder up there by Rey. Rey will either just retire or it'll be Dom, said Robbie. He said multiple times that he's chosen Dom and he'll hand his master Dom because he will have earned it. Clash at the Hences, says Benito. Clash in Gaza. Well, listen, if they've got the money, and I don't think they do, I can't guarantee TKO wouldn't turn it down. Oh, lovely. Poison Rana there by Rey. Okay, we're back from commercial break. Drop kick by Rey. Penta against the ropes. Rey going for a 619 connects. Penta down. Splash. Rey. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. Kick out there by Penta. 619 and a splash. Yeah, I think momentarily there he thought he had it. Some good action in this match. That was a lovely little sequence. Poison Rana was a big spot. Forearm shot there. So Rey kicks out of a Penta driver. Penta kicks out of a 619 and a splash. The fans burst into "This is awesome" chants. Ah, lovely. Super kick there by Penta. Penta driver, reverse there by Rey. Sets him up for another 619. Gets the ropes. Boom, connects. I didn't think he was going to get that, you know. I didn't think he was going to get that one. Rey is going up. Going for a splash. Knees up there by Penta. Penta back in the corner. That could be what changes the momentum of this match. Bang! Mexican Destroyer. Mexican Destroyer. 1, 2, 3. Penta gets it. Yeah, good match. Good match. I tell you, though, one thing that's, and this is not any kind of crazy observation, but how much I wish this match had just been left uninterrupted. I mean, I really think the difference between what we've just seen there and what you see in AAA is the adverts. I feel like the adverts kind of, take us all out of the match and then you have to get back into it. Whereas with AAA, they just let it run and it just cooks. If that was just allowed to just cook, it would have been even better. I think it is hurt by the commercial interruptions. Ethan and Rusev attacking right now. Still very good, though. Mashka kick there by Rusev. Rusev. Accolades. That's going to bring down Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee comes running down to the ring. Okay, Dragon Lee throwing in some shots on Ethan. Rusev comes over. Bang, Dragon Lee with a big shot. Ethan. Okay, Rusev goes down. Dragon Lee. Super kick there by Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee charging over with a big clothesline. To the outside goes Ethan. Drop kick there by Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee looking quite good here. I kind of like Dragon Lee's gear as well. Looks a little bit different than what we see Dragon Lee wearing before. He gets thrown into the timekeeper's area. Rusev in the ring. Yeah, I kind of like what Dragon Lee's wearing. Rusev pulling on the mask of Rey. Oh, he did rip it off. Okay, he did get the mask off. Here's Chad's. Chad coming down. Yeah, this is a great way, isn't it? Chad coming in, looking for a German. Bang, German there to Ethan. German to Rusev. Oh, this is great. I like Chad coming down. I mean, it doesn't look brilliant for Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee tried to do this and failed, but it's good for Chad. Chad coming down and proving that he is sorry. Coming to the rescue of Rey. Putting in an ankle lock. Ethan gets out the ring. Oh, good. Really good. Dragon Lee gets back in the ring. He's got a towel. They're putting the towel. Massive pop. Chad looking at the mask. Why does it feel like he's going to do something nasty? I mean, he's just picked up the mask. He's taken it over. He hands it over to Penta. Big cheer from the crowd for that. Okay, no. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's legit. It was fine. They teased something there, though. He teased something there. He had that mask in his hand, and he was sort of looking and looking. Rather than just giving it over, really milked that moment of, like, what's he going to do? But he handed the mask back. And there is respect being shown back now by Penta, Dragon Lee, Rey Mysterio. I mean, I'm sorry, says Chad. Chad's fine. Don't worry about it. Chad is fine. Honestly, you ain't got to keep apologizing, but it's fine. We've seen Rey's face. This would have hit harder if it was Penta, says Polot. Hopefully the Creeds get repackaged, said Jose, and moved to SmackDown. Well, the match was really fun. I wasn't kind of crazy when we had Ethan and Rusev attack him, but I like what it allowed, you know. It allowed Chad then to come and make the save, so good. Yeah. Okay, we're just hearing from Raquel because she's got a few words for EO. I think we might only have one more match, one more segment. Our main event, the men's King of the Ring match. Semi-finals next week, and of course we're going to be back to our usual time next week as well. That was a great segment, says Paul. I'm glad they waited for the match to end before attacking, said Blue Thing. Yes, good shout. Good shout. Hannah said, I'm convinced by the segment that Gable has got potential to be a WWE champion. He's ready, willing, and Gable for a main event run. So long are the days of Shorty G and Grande Americano. Night of Champions, Riyadh, Saturday, 27th of June. Okay. We've seen Ray's face, but whenever I do, I feel like the MIB needs to come flashy thing me. Oh, the Men in Black with the... Okay, they're just doing strut cam right now as we're at commercial break again. It's strut cam, so someone better do some strutting. Yeah? It's the Oba strut cam. Okay, I don't want to put the thing up yet because I don't know if that's... I mean, I don't think there's another match. I think it is just that. It's been a good Raw, this. I think the only down for me is obviously we're over in France, so there's a lot of people in America that are at school. I mean, you got to remember, 5 hours difference. This is just coming up to like 4 o'clock now. There's people at work, there's people at school that are going to sadly miss this. It's a shame, really, because we do unfortunately spend a lot of time talking about like the negatives, talking about the things that aren't quite right about WWE, and the reason for that is because there's quite a bit in 2025, 2026. But then Raw, it is a good show. I mean, Raw, you can go in thinking, well, it's probably at worst going to be 6.5. It's probably going to be more likely at a 7. And I feel like this show is worthy of being like 7.25 sort of range. That's kind of roughly where I feel like I am. No big OMG moment. I think we have had good action. So I think we've had some good in-ring work. I think there has been misses like the LA Knight segment. I think the Oba segment at the start was really fun. Not down on that. I don't know that it really achieved a great deal, but it was a fun open. Crowd have been electric. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this has been... The 7s for me is where a show has been worth watching. There's been good stuff. Maybe it's just lacking that OMG. And I think that this feels where this show sits, to be honest. I think if you're in the 6s, I mean, you could go high-end 6 for this. But I don't feel like this is a bad show. I don't feel like this is a bad show at all. So it's a shame, isn't it, that there's going to be so many kind of community members that are going to miss out on what has been a fun watch, a solid watch. Or at least that's how it feels to me at the moment. Right, we are coming back. Of course, all of that can be ruined with our final segment. Luck said the Rey Penta match was great. It feels like a cinema show. Okay, they're just showing us the Eiffel Tower. Get your scores in for that match. Right there. Hello, Andy. Tonight is the first NBA Finals game in MSG since the 90s. Is that on right now, is it? Is that happening now, or is that tonight? Knicks. Tonight. 1:30. I just hope everyone has a lovely time. Okay, second half of the tour. So on Thursday, they're in Spain on... Oh, we've done that. That's old. Yeah, they're just showing some shots from the European tour. Okay. See you in 2027. Banner. I wonder who arranged those banners. Is it the fans that did it? Or is it WWE? I seem to remember seeing a video of some people getting in early and setting up some banners early last time they were in France. Okay, we're hearing from EO now. So we've heard from Raquel. Now we're hearing from EO. Obviously, we're just building up these semi-finals. At SummerSlam, I'll become something you've never been, a world champion. She's already a former world champion. She's already something Raquel has never been. So that's next week. EO Raquel next week. Roman Reigns is back next week as well. Are those boos? Sounded like some boos. I'm not sure if that is what they were booing. Okay, Oba, Dom. Okay, here's Liv. Here's Roxanne. You're right. Roxanne said, I should be thinking about the bigger picture, and Liv's like, yes, you're right. You should. Interesting. Roxanne said, I think it'd be best if you and Raquel face each other because then we can't lose, and Liv just very quickly moved on. Yeah, so they're really digging into this. A win for one is a win for all. Okay, Seth's coming out. It's our main event. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? So it's very clear that Liv does not subscribe to a win for one is a win for all. Roxanne's saying, I think it'd be good if it's you, Raquel, in the final. And yeah, the vibe you get from Liv there is that's not what Liv's actually looking for. Probably because she doesn't really fancy having to try and take down Raquel. So, and she certainly does not subscribe to the idea that if Raquel wins, that's good. Because it's good for Judgment Day. I mean, Liv is obviously very self-centered, out for herself. I love those little backstage segments because, I mean, that's interesting. The whole Raquel, Roxanne, Liv, that's interesting. So, nice little backstage segment. That gets a little thumbs up from me. Okay. Kaz said, I've been to Raw before. 2 tickets plus train there, back, hotel, foods, because I love my foods. It's like $1,000, says it's Kaz. That is mental. Trini says, 232,800 in my currency. That's like a mortgage payment. It's I mean, do you know what's interesting? There's been a lot of talk around ticket prices for the World Cup. And there's been a lot of chatter about how the World Cup... They showed a graph, you know, of World Cup ticket prices. And then it goes to America, obviously, this year. Goes up like this. And there's a lot of talk about how they're just bringing it in line with other American sporting events. And there is this horrible thing that's kind of happened probably globally, but primarily in America, where, you know, if one person raises their ticket prices, like say concerts, Ticketmaster or whatever, then all of a sudden basketball will look at that and go, okay, well, maybe we can get away with it. And then NFL, and then all of a sudden, because of one person's greed, it all of a sudden becomes an excuse where everyone else can say, we're just in line with the market. We're just trying to get in line with the market. No one says you have to. No one says that you have to get in line with the market. In fact, by you getting in line with the market, you're now making that the average, yeah? All of a sudden, you're adding a bit more credibility to the fact that, oh no, this is just where the market is right now, you know? I mean, it's greed. That's all it is. But I think it's interesting that it's not just WWE, it's not just TKO. We are seeing that with certainly the World Cup. And I mean, I heard about the ticket prices to the Knicks thing. I mean, the numbers to go to Madison Square Garden tonight is insane just to get in. People were talking about it's thousands and thousands just for the cheapest ticket. So it's a horrible trend that has seemingly took over sports. No sign of that reversing, of course. The only thing is, if, you know, the tickets just don't sell. But this is where there's too many rich people in the world. Doesn't help, does it? If you're a CEO or a director or a sports person and your kids want to go or you want to go, it's nothing, is it? Pay the money, you can go. It's the average fan that gets priced out. So we don't need to have another conversation around ticket prices, but it sucks. I don't see how it reverses, to be honest. Big Mig said, I feel like Roxanne's going to help Raquel win. Thick cakes. That could happen. That could definitely happen. Okay, Seth versus Ricky versus... Can't remember who the flip's in this match. Seth versus Ricky versus Javon versus Seth, Ricky, Javon, and who the flip is in this? Who's the missing person? Talla. Forgot the big man? I forgot the biggest of men. Talla. Okay. Oh, wow. I only just saw the time. I didn't realise. We are well into this final hour, aren't we? That really caught me off guard. Okay, Ricky. Making his way down. Dun. I like Roxy, but is she really ready to step up to the plate? She looks like a baby where the pressure might be overwhelming. Can she hold down a mic, navigate a crowd, still undercooked? Didn't you just use her as an example of someone that has seamlessly adjusted to the main roster, bud? Didn't you just make the point that she was someone that was doing well? When you said about how the next in-line talent were not quite reaching the standards. Connor said, do we think that Roxanne is possibly trying to turn on Liv? I don't know that she's trying to turn on Liv. I mean, she might be playing a very interesting game because she's saying, I've come round to your way of thinking that a win for one is a win for all. And obviously Liv does not feel that way. So does Roxanne know that? If Roxanne knows that and she's trying to play her at her own game, then that's very clever. Or is Roxanne a bit naive? Not sure yet. James said, are you excited for the World Cup? Can't wait, but I ain't. Oh, wow, okay. I did set up a fantasy game for it. You're not excited? Oh, I'm really excited. Yeah, I'm really excited. I mean, I think like the fact that there's loads of great teams I'm interested in watching. I think Portugal look like they've got a good squad. I really want to see how the USA get on. Obviously, we're kick-starting off with Mexico. I want to get a flavour of that. I think it is a bit of a shame that the top 3 teams go through. It doesn't make the first round feel as special, you know? Kind of feels like you've got to be really bad to get eliminated in the first rounds. So, that's a change I'm not a big fan of. But, because I always think one of the best parts of the first round of the World Cup is like a big team can get eliminated. I mean, if they lose the first match, they've got to get results in the next 2. Whereas here, I feel like if you get 1 win out of 3, you're going through. I mean, it's hard to see a big team losing twice in the first 3 games. So, it kind of takes away a bit of the fun. So, I must admit, I'm not a big fan of that change. But, yeah, I mean, it does mean that we get our extra knockout round, and that'll be interesting. Anything can happen when you get to the knockout stages. So, Portugal, Brazil, England, of course. I'll be rooting for Scotland as well. Look forward to watching them. USA, Canada. Argentina. I mean, like, I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited. Anyway, I'm also excited for this. We're underway with this. Reese said, I'm going to the World Cup. I'm going to be in New York. I'm going to watch England, Panama. Really? Oh, have a good time, dudes. Blimey now. I wish I was going to a World Cup game. Wow, yeah, have a great time. Seth colliding into Talla. Javon into Talla. Ricky is it. He goes back out. Javon and Seth just working together here at the moment. Okay, he gets tripped over. Okay, Ricky back in the ring. Okay, we need to... Oh, man, I need to end this poll, don't I? Need to end this poll. Triple A said, I'm going to the World Cup. Oh my God, all of you are going to the World Cup. I'm not going to the World Cup. You lot said that Rey Penta match was great. 79. Wow. You really enjoyed that. Highest rated match of the night. So, Triple A, you're going. What are you going to see? Portugal and Argentina, if they win their group. Round 32, round 16, they would face in the quarterfinal, and I'm going to that match. It would be Ronaldo Messi for the last time. Wow. Well, I think there's a good chance they could both win their group, so there's a very good chance of that. Oh, big boot there by Talla. I suppose the interesting thing, though, is if a team does suffer an upset, it could mean that they don't get eliminated, but it could mean they go into second place, and that could set up some very tasty round of 32 games. Talla has got Javon on his shoulders. Talla has got Javon up and throws him to the outside. Down goes Ricky. Down goes Seth. Okay, Talla standing tall as we go to commercial break. The 25th King of the Ring will be crowned in just a couple of weeks' time. Does Scotland have a World Cup team? They do, yeah. They haven't been at the World Cup since 1998. So this is big for them. I don't think they've ever got out the group. So they've got a great chance of getting out the group because they're in the same group as Haiti. So the good thing about the World Cup is there's lots of little stories to keep an eye on. So, for example, Scotland never got out the group. Scotland would lose its mind if it could just get out the group. So their first match is against Haiti. And that is surely a must-win match. Because I think the other teams in their group are Brazil. I can't remember the other team, but it's another little tricky team. Don't know what Scotland will get out of those games. So if they've got any chance of getting out this group, they've got to get a result against Haiti, and that's their first game. So there's lots of little things like that that if you look into it, you can find lots of reasons to kind of get excited for even these very first matches. I mean, England, Croatia, that's England's first game. England really want to win the group, because if they win their group, they'll play, I think, a third-place team in the next round. It looks a little bit easier if they win the group. Not by much, but just a little bit easier. They should go on a different side to France and Spain of the bracket if everything goes to plan. So this game with Croatia is like, yeah, we can't lose it. Need to get a result. Same with USA, of course. I mean, USA are in a tricky little group where every team has got a chance of going through. Every team's going to be fighting for points, so that first, every USA game's going to be important. Can they get something out of it, you know? Can't wait, man. Starts Thursday with Mexico. I think they're playing South Africa. Shot there by Talla. We're coming back from commercial break very, very soon. Cool Cam said Roxanne wanted to talk to Liv about something, but Liv just brushed her off and Roxanne stayed behind. Talla scoops up Ricky. Talla goes into the ring posts. Talla into the ring posts. Imagine if USA win the World Cup. Trump would take all the credit, said it's Kaz. He definitely would. I'd imagine Trump would be the first one up to lift the trophy, wouldn't he? Talla is over by the timekeeper's area. Talla getting the upper hand, said, looks, well, right now he's just been dumped into the timekeeper's area. Where do you watch World Cup matches, said Grog Blogs? They're just on free-to-air terrestrial TV here. So BBC One, which is our main channel. Every TV has got that. And ITV, which is channel 3. Oh, lovely there by Javon. So all the games are going to be shown across those two channels, which, as I said, every TV has. You could buy a TV from a shop, plug the aerial in, and every channel, every TV has got those channels. So, yeah, it's going to be a festival of football. I think it's like 100 and some matches, like 3 or 4 every day. Some, I think, collide with Raws and SmackDowns and stuff like that. I think a USA game might even collide with a SmackDown, which could be a nightmare for, you know, views and, you know, WWE ratings and whatnot. Clothesline there by Seth. Seth against the ropes. Seth coming in. Knee. Bang. So it's Seth and Ricky in the ring right now. Seth picking up Ricky. Falcon Arrow. How do we think England will get on? I think they'll do all right. I think they get out the group. Depends on what it looks like. I mean, it's so hard. I've watched about 20 different prediction videos, and I'm not sure anyone has predicted the same knockout stage yet. Everyone's got the teams finishing in slightly different places, which then means the knockout round is completely different. So it's hard to predict because I just don't know who you're going to face, do you? Depending on who they've got to be facing, I think England can get to like quarterfinal or semi-finals. I don't think they win it. In fact, I did a prediction thing just away from the channel. I had it as Spain-Portugal final. And I had Spain winning. But it could be Portugal winning. I think Portugal are really... I wouldn't sleep on Portugal. Nice work there by Javon. But gets caught, looking for a buckle bomb. Oh, reversed. Seth goes into the corner. Aaron said Ireland aren't going to go into it, so the credibility is not there now. It's a shame Ireland aren't in it. It'd be good to have Ireland in it. Going up. Boom! Lovely work there by Ricky, trying to pin Javon too. Kick out by Javon. Kick out by the young OG. Triple A said, I'm a massive Brazil fan. I'm a huge Ronaldo fan. I'd be in tears if either of them won the World Cup. What's your prediction? Well, I just mapped it all out and I got to England-Portugal semi-final and I got to Spain-France semi-final. And I don't think England would get past Portugal. So I had Portugal go through. And I did have Portugal-Argentina meeting in the knockouts, which would be Messi-Ronaldo. And on the other side, I had Spain-France. And that's hard to pick, honestly. I think they're really close, those teams. Really close. I mean, that could go either way. Oh, Evan, Spanish fly. Bang. Lovely work. Looking for a pedigree. Seth. 1, 2. Oh, Talla makes the save. I just think there could be something in a Portugal-Spain final. I could see the stars aligning and us getting to that. France have reached the World Cup final for the past few World Cups. Are they going to really do it again? Are they? Are they going to do it again? Surely law of averages would say no. Not again. They got to the World Cup final, won it in 2018, got to the World Cup final in 2022 and lost, obviously, to Argentina. Are they going to get to a third World Cup final in a row? That would be mental if they did. Javon, big air! Big air, Javon! So, yeah, I'm thinking Spain, Portugal. What a final. Would that be the Ronaldo final? We had the Messi final, so would this be the Ronaldo final? Okay, Ricky comes over. Ricky climbing up. It's been a fun match this, you know, actually. It's been lots of action. Shot coming in there by Seth. Another blow coming in there by Seth. This match carrying on. Robbie said, I was in England in 2018. It was crazy in London. Yeah, this country would lose its mind if we won the World Cup. It'd be like what I would imagine is going to happen in New York if the Knicks win the finals. Kick coming in there by Javon. Javon against the ropes. Gets caught there by the big man, by Talla. 1, 2. Seth makes the save. The fans, man, I can't believe the stamina of these fans. They're still going strong, you know. Respect. Respect. So we've been fighting in the ring. We've been fighting out the ring. We've had people going into the timekeepers area. We've had big spots. And to the outside goes Seth. Javon doing Javon things. They're stripping commentary tables now. Talla stripping the commentary table. Seth Rollins is down. It's a really good match tonight, says Abram. I agree. It's been a really solid show. I didn't think this would let us down, and of course it has not. As Javon dives through the ropes, Talla picks him up, slams him on the commentary table, stomped there by Seth. Oh, that was nice. That was nice. I like that. Sign me up for that. Seth, knee into Talla. Down goes Talla. Seth getting in the ring. Ricky in his sights. Coming over. No joy. Ricky going off the ropes. Gets smashed down there. Another curb. Curb connects. Is that going to be it for Seth? 1, 2. Oh, it's Theory. Theory grabs the ref. Oh, it looks like the Vision might still be a thorn in Seth's side. And here comes Montez. We did say this, that, you know, Montez is going to be right there if the Vision do get involved. But that's only one member of the Vision. There's another member of the Vision. And it's Brom. Brom Breakker getting involved. Seth Rollins down. Well, who's going to progress them? Ricky is slowly making his way over. Here's Javon. OG cutter by Javon. Javon pins Ricky. Javon gets it. Jesus. I was not expecting that. Javon progresses, and it is not going to be Seth Rollins. That's a big talking point. He was my pick to win it, to be honest. But it looks like Seth Rollins is stuck in a bloodline vortex, which I must admit I don't love. But it is what it is. There we go. Get your thoughts in. Get your scores in. What do you think about this outcome? Javon wins. Javon wins. Do you know what I like about Javon getting the win there? Was that he didn't pin Seth. He actually delivered an OG cutter to Ricky, and he just left Seth. So Javon legit didn't capitalize on what Bron did. Bron took Seth out the equation, but Javon legit won it. He took out Ricky with a really nice OG cutter. Oh, it was great. It was great. Just seeing the replay of it. And so our King of the Ring tournament has been updated. It means Javon will face either Jay, LA Knight, Royce Keys, or someone else that I did not see before this thing cut off. There's Bron Breakker. Good luck with your championship, says Bron Breakker. Javon in the crowd celebrating. It's a big win there for Javon. Javon winning in the main event of Raw. Javon just yelling to the camera as the show comes to a close. So there we go. Seth out. Seth is not winning King of the Ring. Young OG progresses. So, what? Is this going to be Oba's year then? But then we've got to do Oba Brock, haven't we? And if Oba's going to be in a final, King of the Ring final at Night of Champions, and is then going to be fighting for the championship at SummerSlam, I mean, the only option on the table would be to do the Oba 2-night thing, which people have suggested. And I don't know, maybe that's something people are interested in. I feel like that's a pretty big talking point, actually. I feel like if you've not watched this show, Seth going out in the first round is a pretty big deal. Kian said, I think Finn wins it all. Is Brock going to screw Oba? Well, there's a chance of it. It was a good show, said David. I'm thinking it's like a 7-2-5. Luxmania, shout out to you. Overrated is losing to Dom, says Jim. Jim, hope you're doing well, buds. Can't wait for Raw and SmackDown to come back to normal. Yeah, I must admit. Same. Great to have the crowd, of course. Crowd are brilliant when we're over in France, especially. But I don't know, it always feels a bit different doing it at this time. I think it's a bit different because obviously it's not as many people joining us. There's a few community members that are understandably missing. And to be honest. I'm when I first start, I'm still in the process of waking up, because I literally wake up and then go straight into the stream. Whereas normally I get to, have something to eat and at least kind of go in feeling a little bit fresher. So, yeah, I do kind of miss it being at its usual time. But, it is what it is. Pros and cons. Crowd were great. I'm pleased that people obviously get to go to the shows and see it live. And I think WWE delivered a really fun show there. I think that was a thumbs up. So I'm looking forward to the breakdown. Opinions video should be good. We'll be doing all of that once we have just wrapped things up here. Flame Fist, I'm giving this show 8.25. I'm giving it an extra 2.5. Live one, trouble, said Flame Fist. What if the storyline ends up having Montez join the Vision? Well, you could do that. I would be worried for Dawkins if that's what happens, because I think Dawkins is seen as the Marty Jannetty. I think that Montez would actually be fine if he was to be solo. I think a Dawkins joining the Vision would be the direction I would rather go. But we'll have to see what they're cooking. Daze, I'm shocked. I thought Seth would win. I had a Seth Roman SummerSlam. So is it Oba now or someone else? If Oba wins the tournament, do we think he beats Roman? Well, I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? Because I also thought it was be Seth. So I'm also now mentally going down a different road than I was expecting. I certainly don't think it's Javon, because that feels too soon for him to fight for a world title at SummerSlam. I certainly don't think it's Dominic, because I don't feel like that match is a SummerSlam worthy match. Dominic going for a world title. Oba is absolutely the front runner right now. And it just depends as to who is going to come through the other one. I mean, if Jay somehow comes through, we've got a story where Jay can go after, the other title, just like what Roman wanted. So, I mean, there is a story there where Jay could come through. But we'll have to see. I mean, I think Friday's going to be very interesting, but I agree this very much caught me by surprise as well, because I really quite fancied Seth's chances, to be honest. It's going to be Balor, said Flame Fist. I prefer it. It's usually a bit late for me, says Ghost Host. But that's good. I'm glad it worked for you, buds. Judgment Day is a bit old and boring now, says Jen. Why can't SmackDown be like Monday Night Raw? Well, you're not alone in asking that. A lot of people are asking that. I still want to see Seth win the WWE Undisputed title sometime. It's been a long time. I think he would carry it well, said Jesse. I can agree with that. I think he would carry it well, as well. He's just can't shake this vision problem, can he? And it's so frustrating, because I really hoped we were done with that sort of vision story. I sort of felt like, they threw everything at him last week and he came out on top, and that says to me that they need to go away, they need to regroup. Seemingly they do not feel that way. Seemingly they've just decided just to attack him again, and obviously we're going to go to a rematch or something now, so we're clearly not done with all of this. Fine, whatevs, but I was kind of hoping we were. But yeah, it is what it is. We'll see kind of who wins on Friday, and then that'll give us our semi-finals. Dom appears to be the heel in the rest of the tournament, said Steve. They want the way to have him win, not because of the match, but just to call him King Dom. Yeah, the only problem with that, though, is that he gets the title opportunity, and I don't know that Dom versus Cody or Dom versus Gunther, or Dom versus Roman is really that compelling because, I mean, he's just not, he's been on the sidelines. I don't feel like he's a credible challenge or threat. I don't think anyone wants to see him win a world championship at this point because a Dom world title reign does not sound that captivating. I mean, he couldn't even make the Intercontinental title reign captivating. So I don't know that anyone's really clamoring to see him win King of the Ring. I get what you're saying. I mean, King Dom in that regard, but got to think that's a big prize and it's a big kind of factor. Whoever wins gets a championship match at SummerSlam. So I think if you're WWE, that's kind of what you start with, really. You kind of go, right, who do we want to fight for the title at SummerSlam? Because that's the prize. And you go, right, I want Seth or I want Oba. Okay, so that's going to be the winner then because they get the prize. So then how do they go? And so you sort of, when you're booking it, you start there and you work backwards. So what's the match they've got planned for SummerSlam? That's the question, isn't it? And at the moment, I mean, it would feel like it's Oba. But then, of course, rightfully, people will go, but what about Brock? I thought we were doing Brock Oba. And you go, yes, we definitely are doing that. But I can't tell you when. I mean, unless we're going to do it both nights. But we've still got one more semi-final to go. And, the winner of this thing could come out of that. I think Dom's like a Money in the Bank guy, said Tabasco. You could be right, actually. You could be right. He could be a Money in the Bank guy. Because I could definitely see him, like, coming down and cashing in and kind of taking that shortcut, if you will. Yeah, I could definitely see that. So, you might not be wrong with that. I don't mind Dom winning King of the Ring at some point. I don't think it needs to be this year. I don't think this is the year that he needs it. So, yeah, interesting. Big Time said, would we say the outcomes of King and Queen of the Ring on Friday, Monday have caught you off guards? I'd say tonight's the big one that's caught me off guards. I really felt that Seth was going to at least win this and go through to, the next round, maybe the final. But, so yeah, him going out here caught me off guard. Did Raquel win and catch me off guard? Yeah, it probably did, but not loads. I don't know that was like EO winning was there was a chance of that happening. I think this for me is the biggest shock we've had so far. TJF said Dom is hands down better than Roman in the ring, says TJF. Herman said, Daze, now that Seth is out, it's LA night time because Oba is going to be fighting Brock, says Harmon. Show ratings. We do that on the breakdown, but Robbie said they're trying to put off Roman Oba for as long as possible. Roman, Seth, or Cody for the title is the play for Mania, if not Roman Rock. Yeah, I'd love it to be Roman Rock. But yeah, Roman, Oba, Roman, Seth. I saw that as well, that report saying that it's going to be one of those for WrestleMania if they couldn't get The Rock. So it looks like it's one of those that's coming up for WrestleMania if they can't get The Rock. And, well, I mean, it's got to be Roman Seth if it's not The Rock, because it ain't going to be Roman Seth. Seemingly, it's not going to be Roman Seth at SummerSlam. Although it could be, because, of course, the winner of King of the Ring can still choose Cody or Gunther, whoever wins there. And then Roman will need an opponent. You could still get Roman Seth. So this isn't the end of Roman Seth at SummerSlam, but it just looks a lot less likely now. Seth Rollins eliminated from King of the Ring. I think that's a decent talking point. It's not an OMG-like moment, but I think it's a decent talking point. Stone Cold, Bret Hart had a hell of a rivalry. Stone Cold came in, new, calling out Bret. Awesome match, said Edwards. Shining Wizard said, King of the Ring shouldn't be about the main event stars. It should be used for upcoming talent. Can we get Finn Roman one last time? We could do. Finn could win it. He doesn't really have much in the way of momentum at the moment, in my opinion. Feels a little flat because he's just moving to SmackDown, so we're just doing some video packages. But we could build him up. Yeah, we could do that. Matches with stakes feel so much more engaging compared to just impromptu matches. I agree. Jim said Roman Rock's never happening. What about Roman Seth at WrestleMania? Yeah, it could happen. Robbie said there's no guarantee SummerSlam is Brock's last match anymore. That's true. Things could have changed since John said that. Yep, that is true. WWE is just going to give us a lame king and queen, said Jen. Demon Finn Roman would cook, said Flame Fist. How long did Brock get extended in a new contract? Haven't heard that he has been. So, don't know. I mean, Streets are obviously still pretty adamant that he is done at SummerSlam. But, yeah, it is true. That might not be the case. Triple A said, I love Raw so much. It's so much fun. I feel sad when the show ends. Whereas with SmackDown, I look forward to when the show will end. Why doesn't WWE just do anything for SmackDown? It's been months. I feel you. I agree. I think SmackDown is really struggling. I thought their show on Friday was okay. I mean, I watched it twice, so it was okay. I remember when it finished the first time, I was like, I'd be okay watching that again. I'd be totally fine watching this show again. But yeah, I was like, I'll be okay if I watching that again, and I was. It was fine. But it was not as good as, you know, what we're getting here. It's clear that that creative team is not as good. Harmon said, do we think fans don't like the product now because they are too obsessed with nostalgia and they're not enjoying what they've got now? I don't think so. I get where you're coming from, but I think that WWE fans just are a bit... We had the bloodline, and when we had the bloodline, obviously people were into that. So it's not like we went through that period with people complaining and moaning. I mean, there were issues, but it wasn't like people were hating it. So, you know, Cody finishing his story, people enjoyed that. There's been lots of stuff in 2023, 2024, 2022 that people were enjoying. So we've actually had a period recently that was very successful. And do you remember WWE telling us week after week, we've broken a new attendance record for this venue. This is our 50-odd show in a row that sold out. And they used to brag about all of those records, and the company felt hot. And you had Roman on top, you had Bloodline, Sammy with them, and, you know, we were doing Livria and all of that, and it was good. And we knew it was good. And then obviously we've gone into this period now that doesn't feel quite as captivating. Although what I will say is if I look back at 2025 and I look back at like 2026, where we are with Raw right now is probably as good a place as we've been with the main roster product. Probably going all the way back since Cody finished his story. That's a big statement to make, but I'm standing by it. I think if you look at Raw and how consistent Raw has been now for a good few months at least, I really do feel like Raw has got a bit of momentum. I do feel like Raw has got some life. There is some energy there. There is something there. And it's not just, you know, one good week. Like, it's week after week. You can go into Raw with confidence. You know, I'm looking at what they're doing with Roxanne and Liv and Raquel and Judgment Day, and I'm liking it. I'm looking at what they're doing with Jacob and the Usos, and I'm liking it. I'm looking at what we're doing with Chad Gable, going around and apologising. Seems like he might have to apologise to Otis and to Zara, and you know, we've got a star that's been made there. Okay, not by Raw, but at least we're capitalising. I thought the way they used him on this show was really good. I look at the fact that like every match tonight mattered. again, as Big Time said, it wasn't just let's chuck these people in the ring, 2 qualifiers, 2 championship matches, it all mattered. Opening with Oba wasn't mind-blowing in the sense of, revolutionary, but it was good. It delivered. It worked. Okay, the LA Knight thing is a miss, I would say. But that's fine. When you're spinning all these plates, you might drop one. That's fine. That's always happened. But actually, where the show is right now, I gotta give him credit. I gotta give him praise. I think this is good. I think there's some real quality. I think that we're seeing some real consistency. And it's probably just missing some like OMG moments. It's probably missing some bigger moments. The OMG moments don't feel that major at the moment, but we can build to stuff, We can, and we might be building to stuff. I mean, Montez helping out Seth. It's got people talking. Now, we've still got the vision problem. The reliance on the vision has been turned down. And I wonder if that is a factor. If you think, when we came out of WrestleMania 41, lots of vision, yeah? And it wasn't really working. And even this year, we had vision quite prominent. Well, the injuries mean that we can't focus on the vision so much. It's not like the vision are opening the show. It's not like we've got loads of vision all over the show. In fact, we didn't see them until the very final seconds. So we are now looking at other things, and the show is stronger and better for it. So I genuinely think that there is an argument that this is the best place we've been. So I hope that is starting to come through to people. Yes, SmackDown sucks. For as much as we want to praise Raw, we can kick SmackDown. They got to fix that. But if they can fix that, we could start moving to a really good place again. A really good place. If they could get SmackDown to where Raw is and consistently, we could be back. We could be back. We still got issues with PLEs. I mean, Clash in Italy was not great in my opinion. Score on cage matches like 5 point something. So, I mean, we do still have PLE issues. But that card was good. I just don't think any match really necessarily grabbed people. Although Meltzer said that the Oba Brock match was 4 stars. I didn't really feel that way. Just felt like we were spamming moves to me. But, fine, whatever. I wasn't blown away, but we've still got an issue there, definitely. But, I don't know, there's life. There is some life. There are some green shoots. There are some things to grab a hold of. It's not like we're tuning in and like crying at the end of it because it's another horrific week. This was good, and that will be reflected in the breakdown. So we're done. I need to go because I need to do that breakdown, but let me just get this final score. And this is Seth versus Javon versus Talla versus Ricky. You lot said it was great. You said it was great. 76. Great 76. I mean, it's a really good night for the in-ring. It's a really good night for the in-ring. 4 matches and all 4 of them. Is it? No, 3 of them got great. It's only Lyra Soul that just fell short. But even that was still mid-90s, so. Very good. Very good. Harmon said, right now we are in an okay place. But I think it's not like what we were doing in April 2024 to August 2024. Simply because of the story. I think Cena's tour last year made the product worse. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I do think that Cody finishing his story is obviously one of the most special moments in WWE history. So it's not really fair to compare to that. But if you look at kind of where we were in the summer to late summer of 2023 and 2020, even 2024. I mean, I don't think after WrestleMania was that great for WWE after, Because if you think what Cody was doing, he gets into like a pretty fun feud with AJ, but I mean, it wasn't essential stuff. It was great matches, but the feud wasn't really anything that crazy. We're doing, we're starting to build towards Solo leaving and, starting his own group, and we're starting to head to a bloodline thing. Roman's away, comes back at SummerSlam. We end up doing Cody solo at SummerSlam. And so I don't think it was that mind-blowing, actually, if you look at the summer of 2024. I think that the WrestleMania periods are really good. And then the summers are a very, distinct step down. I actually think that what we're doing right now on Raw probably compares quite nicely and not bad. I don't think it would stand out to what we were doing in the summer of 2024, 2023, 2022. It's SmackDown. SmackDown's the problem, and PLEs are a problem. If they were to be, brought in line with Raw, I could even make an argument that we are, doing like good stuff like we were seeing at the end of 2022 going into 2023. It's funny, isn't it? I feel like we just need consistently good shows. We don't even need great shows. It's not like every week back in 2023 was like 8 out of 10. You can go on Cage Match and see what people were scoring the shows. I can go back and find out what the community was scoring the shows. I've got a load of scores from that time period. I know that we were hitting the 7s on a consistent basis, but it's always been rare for us to go to the 8s. Always. Even back then. So this show, spoiler, is going to be in the 7s. And to me, if you can deliver week after week in that area, that's where we were going back 2023, 2024, consistently in the 7s. Raw has managed to do that. Granted, not for a long period of time, for the past month or so, but it's doing it. It is doing it. So it's just got to be able to keep that going now. And we have got to fix SmackDown. SmackDown is just a real thorn in the side. It's a big problem. It's a real problem. But Triple H has got to see the difference as well as we do. Triple H has got to be seeing what we see. There is no way that you can look at these two shows and think that they are equal. So, got to have confidence that whatever he's done to fix Raw, he will do to fix SmackDown as well. And it could be that, he's just got a really good creative team for Raw. Well, if that's the case, we'll change them. Get a better creative team for SmackDown. Because the team you've got right now clearly is not good enough. Okay, I've got to go. Because as much as I could sit here and keep chatting with you guys, I have to do a breakdown. I have to do opinions videos. And you have definitely had enough of my time as it is. So don't forget, we are back tomorrow with NXT. That'll be good. Back to a usual reasonable time in America. So we are back with that. There is no later showing for Raw, of course, because... But there is no later showing. It just airs live globally. So that's that. But appreciate everyone joining us. We will be back in a moment with the breakdown. And as I said, if not, I will see you tomorrow for NXT. So thanks for watching. Bye for now.